No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everybody. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss. I'm happy to be here with you, and I hope everyone can hear me okay. Yep, there we go. And I hope everyone's having a great day. It's Sunday. It is March 17th. It's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I hope everyone's having a great time. It's going to be quite interesting today. We have a lot to talk about. There's so much that's going on. The potential of a civil war, Orange Man bad, the U.S. economy, the global economy, what's happening to Americans in Haiti, the refugees. We have people trying to break into America to blow up New York. Literally, these are all things that we're just finding out about today. And that has nothing to do with the flip-flop of Kamala Harris. That has nothing to do with what we've seen earlier this week from Joe Biden, from RFK. He's back in the news. Hell, RFK Jr. is back in the news. Who would have expected that in this week? It's just been amazing to see what's been going on. And we're going to try and cover all of that with you because if this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, we like to do long-form political commentary. We like to look at the issues and actually have a conversation about it, to actually understand what's going on. It's not enough to get a headline, and we're going to show you. The headlines often are massively meant to be misleading, if not completely confused. They don't want you to understand what's going on. They want you to comply and obey. We don't. We want you to understand the issues, have a conversation about the issues, to be involved in the issues. Not necessarily like myself as a Republican and a conservative, but for you, whatever action you think you need to do to make these politicians accountable and to make it better for the world and for the United States. That's what we do here. And we'll be taking your calls, your chats, and throughout the entire conversation, whether you agree or you disagree, we're always happy to hear your voice. First one up today is Dow Grimm. Dow says, the spin on Twitter/X right now is cycling faster than the cyclotron enriching uranium. I can't even imagine what's on with Twitter right now. Let me take a quick look. And I'm seeing, oh yeah, bloodbath. They're talking about Orange Man bad. There's a bloodbath. Talking about Ireland, talking about Planet Fitness and Putin. And I'll show you what I'm looking at right now. So, number one trending is, of course, bloodbath. We will be talking about the Trump bloodbath, Civil War 2.0, if Donald Trump is reelected. But did he actually say that? Is that actually what was meant when he said what he said? That's a very interesting question because, as we can see here from NBC News, former President Donald Trump vowed at a rally that there would be a bloodbath if he is not reelected in November. That's not exactly correct. That's not really what he said. And they're taking him completely out of context because what he did say doesn't look good for Democrats because most people would agree with him. But you can't agree with Orange Man bad. You might vote differently. This is what we call the fortification of the 2024 election. Taking information and taking it out of context, trying to change the subject, change the argument to try and get you to follow one path, to go one way, to vote for Biden, to vote for Democrats, to keep them in power. Doesn't matter what the truth actually is. Doesn't matter what the comparison would actually make you think of. No, be scared, obey, obey, obey. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. Now, for the first time, if this is the first time that you see the channel, not only are we happy to have you here with us, and like with Dal, you too can make a comment on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. You can make a comment on Rumble. Or if you wish, you can even just call right in to the program. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. Number's up now. It's 929-715-8569. You're more than welcome to call in to share your thoughts, whether you agree or disagree. But one of the things we like to do here is we usually start the show with any breaking news that is out there, then going into international news, and then into the domestic news here in the United States. That's the way we tend to break it up. And as you can see, there's a lot of news that's going on Twitter right now, but there's more. And the international, the domestic, they all come together because what affects America affects the rest of the world. And some of the things that are affecting the world affect America. So we're going to try and cover a little bit of all of that. And yes, we are also live on Twitter, in case you wanted to see the Twitter feed changing as we go through the show. So, with that all said, let me start off with something I think was kind of important. Actually, it's massively important. The news came out today, about 2 hours ago. There was this announcement. It is an exclusive bit of news, and I think you can see it on the screen there. I love this, illegal migrant. They're not migrants. The term is illegal alien. I don't care if you're on the left. I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if you believe that borders don't exist, even though every country in the world does believe that. The fact is, the legal term is illegal alien. Not illegal migrant, not undocumented, illegal alien. They are criminals. If you don't like illegal alien, then criminal. That's what they are. So a criminal from Lebanon, caught at the border, admitted that he is a member of Hezbollah, a international terrorist organization, and that he was hoping to, quote, make a bomb, end quote. And where was he going when he entered into America, crossing the southern border? He was headed to New York. Do you feel safe now? Does the Biden administration's efforts to have an open border, are the sanctuary cities of New York City, and the sanctuary states of New York State, Chicago, Boston, LA, California, is that making you feel safe right now? Knowing that there are God knows how many of these illegal aliens that are these criminals that are coming into America, and their plan is to blow you up. This is the news. It came out about 2 hours ago. Most people probably won't see it. It's not trending on Twitter. They don't want this to trend, because if it did, you would say, well, that's because of the open border. That's making my life endangered. I don't like that. Democrats did this. I may not vote for Democrats now. I may not vote for Biden now. Oh my God, you're now not voting Democrat. They can't stand that. No. We can't talk about this subject. You're not supposed to know about this because you might not vote Democrat. And that's what's terrifying about this. Now, I want you to understand this. Now, look at this. A Lebanese migrant who was caught sneaking over the border admitted he's a member of Hezbollah. The guy's name is Basel Ebadi. If I got the name wrong, I don't care. He's 22. And he was caught on March 9th. Okay? This is about a week ago. March 9th, last week Saturday, he was caught near El Paso, crossing into the United States illegally. And he was stopped and he got caught by the government. And when they asked him, what's going on? Why are you coming into America? Well, he came up and told them, I'm going to make a bomb. I'm going to New York and I'm going to make a bomb because he wants to kill Americans. Now, he didn't say he wants to kill conservatives or Republicans. He didn't say he wants to kill white people or Asians or Hispanics. He said Americans, period, full stop. So everybody on the left who likes to say, oh, but it's if we only just support them, the Democratic Socialists of America, they seem to think that the terrorists care about what your political ideology is. They don't. And if anything, if you're the further left you are, the more you're into the LGB, the more you're into maps and minor attracted persons, the more you're into the more progressive ideology, the more likely that these terrorists from the Middle East will try to kill you because they don't believe in women driving. They don't believe in women reading or going to work. They don't believe in people who are gay. They throw gay people off of buildings and stone them to death. So you're not doing yourself any favors in the Democratic Socialists of America supporting, or members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, the entire progressive movement. You're not helping yourselves by trying to help Hamas. You're only getting them more, giving them more reason to kill you. You're giving them the tools to kill you. And Hezbollah, like Hamas, like the Houthis, and the Houthi terrorists in Yemen, they're all the puppets of Iran, being strung along because Iran has been saying since 1980, death to America, all Americans, because you exist. They don't care about your political ideology. They don't care how you identify in terms of your gender, in terms of your sexuality, in terms of your humanity. They don't care. They just want you dead because you don't believe in the Ayatollah and Islam in the way that the Ayatollah does. So they want you dead. And they've been saying that since 1980. They have been funding terror to do that since 1980. I think it's time you start paying attention because look at what they are doing here. We have this from the U.S. Border Patrol. Don't tell me it's left-leaning. Don't tell me it's right-leaning. This is the fact. Period. No one's truth matters. These are the facts. That this man, what we do know about him is that he lied. Where is it? I believe it is. Here it is. Ebadi didn't have documents when he entered the United States because someone took it from him at knife point. No, he didn't want to be identified as a terrorist, as a member of Hezbollah immediately. He was trying to get through so he could make his bomb. So he lied. And he did admit that he was in Costa Rica and he used a fake identity. He used a fake birthday and a fake name because he was in Sweden. He was in Ecuador. And he may have been in Panama. So he went from the Middle East, apparently, to Sweden, to either Panama or Ecuador to try and walk into America. And he lied every step of the way. Gee, the European Union, their open borders, allowed this terrorist from from Hezbollah, to come into Europe, to then get a flight to South America so that he could come into the United States without being seen. And he lied to everyone at every step because he knew that once they figured out who he was, he would pop up on terror watch lists and they would stop him. And he was counting on the fact that the Biden administration's open border policies being enforced by Kamala Harris would allow him to enter America. All he had to say was, I have no documents. They took them from me at a knife. Let me in. And he almost got away with it. The real question that we have here is how many other terrorists from Hezbollah, from Hamas, from the Houthis, from Iran, how many other terrorists have already entered America? How many did we not catch? We caught this guy. Now, we know that last year there were 172 terrorists, suspected or known terrorists, that entered America just in 2023. So far this year, we have 59. About 1/3 of all of the ones that came in last year were in the first quarter. It is quite possible at this rate that we are looking at somewhere around 240 terrorists that we catch in crossing the southern border because of the open border policies of the Biden-Harris administration. Now, I want you to consider that because the rest of the mainstream news media does not want you to think about this. They do not want you to talk about this. They do not want you to hold Democrats accountable for the open border that let this guy walk into America. And I want you to remember, that is potentially 240 terrorists who are coming to bomb you. They'll come to New York. They'll go to LA, Boston, Chicago. They'll go to Baltimore. They will go to all of the sanctuary cities and all of the sanctuary states to make bombs to kill you. That's what they want to do. Think about that. And people like the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressives in the Democratic Party, want to help them. They want them to have the open border so that they can walk across this country and bomb you. They want to give them the supplies, the quote, humanitarian aid, so that they have the supplies to build the bombs to kill you. This is what is happening in America right now. This is why they have to fortify the 2024 election, because when you understand that, tell me, why are you voting Democrat? Why are you a progressive? It's a question I really need to ask, and I ask this all the time. And if there is anyone, a member of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, Indivisible New York, the Democratic Socialists of America, any elected Democrat at any level of government, local, state, or federal, that would like to tell me, Mike, you misunderstand, open borders are a good thing, even though we have record numbers of terrorists trying to come into America to bomb American citizens in their home. Please call on in. Tell me how I have misunderstood the news, not your feelings. Tell me the facts. Tell me how the facts point to anything but endangering American lives. Please. And by the way, this guy went through Europe, which means he could have, how many other of his buddies left at the same time, either under the banner of Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis, as a Yemen refugee, as a Jordanian refugee, as a Gaza refugee, that entered into Europe and then spread out. How many of them are in Europe right now? How many of them are in the United Kingdom right now with the same plan that this guy had? How many? Because of the open borders that aren't working for Europe. Europe already has a problem with it, and it's not working in the United States either. Again, folks, I am more than happy to hear everybody's comments. If you think I am wrong, if you think I have misunderstood the news, please tell me how. How do you get a conclusion different than what I have come to right now? Now that you have the full story, or at least a more full story. This is the news. Links to everything I will show you in this program will be at the end of the show. When we get done, I will link everything so you can read every single article. But I've already shown you where, and I will show you as we go through the show. This is where I'm getting the information. These are credible news agencies from around the world that I use. Almost all of them are left-leaning. So I want you to see it and tell me, how do you feel safer? How do you vote Democrat? How do you vote progressive? How do you vote for open borders when this is the result? When you finally get to know. And this is why it is not mainstream news. CNN is not talking about this. MSNBC isn't talking about this. Twitter X isn't talking about this. And God help you, you know they're going to suppress this on YouTube. Rumble is probably the only place where it's free and open for people to be able to have this conversation because they have an election to win. How dare you be an independent thought actually having a conversation? How dare you? And I just have to ask the question, do you feel safe knowing this now? Hang on one second. Let me type that out. So, and I'm commenting here on Rumble as we speak, but I'm also going to be putting this up for all the others because Rumble, their chat, is not connected to the main chat you see on the screen. So please apologize for that. But again, I'm more than happy to hear from anyone. If you think I'm wrong, tell me how. Tell me, do you feel safer? Now that you know this, now that you know you are a target and they are coming for you right this second, and God knows how many we have had, 250,000 illegal alien criminals entering America every single month under the Biden administration. How many have come in already? If it's only one per month, we've been going through this almost 4 years. How many have come through? How many does it take to kill innocent Americans? Just one. And they can kill dozens. They do it in their own countries with suicide bombing. Anyway. So I wanted to cover that because I think that's important. And that's breaking news. Nobody's talking about it. It's not big in the mainstream media. For some reason, it's being suppressed. It really shouldn't be. But let's assume that this crazy, insane, vile, illegal alien, this fundamentalist terrorist, that's Hezbollah, this terrorist, let's assume this terrorist makes it through. And he got past the border like hundreds of thousands of people do every year, every month. Thousands every day walk into this nation every day because of the open border policies of the Biden-Harris administration. Okay, and then he goes from Texas to New York because New York is promising to give him $60,000 a year. He's going to be able to live in a 3 or 4-star hotel. Maybe he'll be in a shelter. He's going to get cards for all his food and to have spending money. He's not expected to go to work. And he's just going to live off of taxpayers in New York. This is why illegal aliens are flooding. You say, oh, Mike, but the illegal aliens, they're only going to New York because Texas is sending them. That is a lie. Texas has sent 20,000 of the illegal aliens that came across our southern border to New York. 130,000 illegal aliens entered New York on their own. They didn't come from Texas. They weren't put on a bus. Abbott didn't send them. Florida didn't send them. They came on their own. And why wouldn't they? When New York is spending $60,000 a year for their housing, for their food, for their clothing, with no expectation of them to work or do anything else. We just have to grin and bear it. That is a fact. That is a fact. That's why we know New York City's $5 billion in the hole just because of the illegal aliens. Forget about anything else. They were going to cut back on the number of police. They were cutting back on teachers in schools. Literally, Eric Adams, mayor of New York, was trying to change the world, change New York City and the lives of American citizens. He was willing to scrap all of that to take care of these illegal alien criminals and make them feel comfortable. It's terrifying to me. It's amazing to me. So let's assume that this terrorist who came in, member of Hezbollah, we know that he gets in, and according to Kathy Hochul, she's more concerned about the subway. The open border, she's perfectly fine with, but she's worried about the subway. And because she's trying to protect the subway with 750 National Guard members who are not police officers, who are not trained to be police officers, well, that's where she's spending your tax money. Not to get more police, to get actual National Guard members to scare you and to force you to comply with her violation of the Fourth Amendment, her violation of the Eighth Amendment, her violations of the Constitution. This is unconstitutional, what she is trying to do. Okay? She made it in. Are you going to be any safer in New York? The answer is no, you're not. 2 women were stabbed, one of them fatally, in Brooklyn yesterday. This is on top of the fact that earlier this week, a man was shot in the New York subway system where we have this National Guard. She's already put the National Guard, activated them, and put them in the MTA. They're in the subways, they're on the buses. They're already there to protect you. That's why she says she did this. This is why she's spending your money, to protect you. And a man got shot on the subway last week. And yesterday, 2 women got stabbed. They were 19 years old. Now, the news media won't tell me who did this to them. They have the person. They arrested the guy who did this. They won't tell us his age. They won't tell us his color of skin. They won't tell us if he's illegal or national. Is he from America or is he from another country? They won't tell us any of that. I don't know why not. Why are they protecting this guy? He's the criminal, but they're protecting his secrecy. We do know that the young women were 19. We know that they were in a deli. This guy came up to them. He tried to hit on them. They said, no way. He left, came back, was banging on the door of the deli that the deli workers locked to protect these women because they saw an actual threat. I would imagine that someone in the deli at that moment when that guy came back is banging on the door trying to break into the deli to attack these women, that someone called 911. Now, it's not reported on, but I'm pretty sure. The reporting just came out today. This is from NBC. I'm pretty sure that NBC has looked into the 911 calls, and they're aware if there was a 911 call. I imagine there was. Everyone has a cell phone. You mean to tell me all the workers, the women, no one called 911? I'm very sure there was. And 911 didn't show up. The guy walked away. The deli personnel opened the door, presumably to get the girls out and to end this problem because they thought they were safe. As soon as they opened up the door, this guy comes back, barges in, and stabs the girls. That's the facts. 9 out of 10, this is a black guy who did it. 9 out of 10, the victims were black girls. 9 out of 10, the attacker was a black or Hispanic male. And the reason why NBC News is being very careful not to tell you about the race or color, the color of skin, the gender preferences of any of these individuals is because of DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. And this may not look good if you suddenly put 2 and 2 together. If this guy winds up being another illegal alien, like the guy who killed Laken Riley, if this turns out to be yet another illegal alien, which I cannot confirm, then again, you will be looking at a situation that the news media wants to downplay, where the policies of the Biden-Harris administration and progressives have endangered Americans. At the very least, it highlights the fact that Kathy Hochul and Mayor Eric Adams have no clue what they are doing. They are posturing, they are virtue signaling, saying, we're going to make you safe, so that all the liberals that vote for them, that give them donations, they'll go to sleep at night feeling like, oh, they did something. Oh, I asked Kathy Hochul to do something about the crime in New York. And see, she did something. Is it actually effective? No, not at all. Did it actually protect his life? No, not at all. It was useless. But she did something. So the liberals can go to sleep And the progressives can go to sleep and say, oh, see, they did something and everything is good now. No, it isn't. It's not good at all. This is a horrendous situation. Dow says, operating with soldiers, hoping they will be less likely to violate orders while suppressing lawful citizens. Yes, that is exactly what Kathy Hochul is doing. That is exactly it. She's suppressing the rights and freedoms of American citizens on the promise you will be safe. But you're not. Neither in the subway nor outside of the subway. Because this isn't the solution. The first solution would be close the border. I think that's pretty clear when we have members of Hezbollah trying to come to New York to blow up New York City. Yeah, shut down the border. That's the first thing. Second thing, hey, I got a neat idea. How about we have more police officers? You want to train them more? You want to train them with sensitivity? Fantastic. We can have that conversation. Have them first. That is an actual deterrent. Having more police officers that are more available, less delay. This is the part that really gets me, because the left never thinks about this. The less, when they say defund the police or disband the police, when they want to get rid of the police, kind of like, and this is the Green Party candidate, Jasmine Sherman. And her whole idea, along with Claudia de la Cruz of the Socialist Party, what's their plan? To eliminate the police department. This is what the socialists, the progressives, this is their idea. Get rid of the police department entirely. Who's going to come save you? The local crackhead? Who's going to protect these girls in Brooklyn? Who? Nobody. And by the way, think about another thing I want to point out about this that I think is very important. If these young women were able to have a firearm, something that Kathy Hochul has made almost impossible, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee and Kathy Hochul have made it virtually impossible for black women, for women in general, to be able to have a firearm to defend themselves. If either of these young women or anyone who is working at the Brooklyn Deli had a firearm, this woman might be alive today. This guy might have been stopped. If not deterred, then he might have been fully stopped. No one had to die. If these women were able to defend themselves. But Kathy Hochul, the Democrats, said, no, you don't get to have a gun. You don't get to protect yourself. Instead, the women get stabbed. Now, someone may say, Mike, you're not being fair here. How am I not being fair? These are the consequences of the laws that they passed. Kathy Hochul made it harder for women and anyone in New York State to have a firearm to defend themselves, as they have restricted the number of police officers, as they have opened up the border to illegal aliens who do not follow our laws and in some cases are terrorists. They are actively helping to endanger the lives of American citizens and people in our cities, even tourists. And you don't get to defend yourself. You can't even wear a bulletproof vest in New York State, because in New York State, that is a crime. Passive self-defense. They won't let you actively defend yourself. They won't let you passively defend yourself. They will let you die. And this is why the rest of the mainstream media does not want to have a conversation with you about this. They do not want you to think about this longer than it takes to read the headline. They don't want you to have a conversation about this that lasts more than a minute and a half. They want a soundbite and move on to the next story. They do not want this to become a national story. They do not want this to be a local story. They don't want you to talk about this because it does not help them maintain power. Because the only conclusion I can imagine you having right now, having heard this, is the border is endangering people's lives. Denying women the ability to have a firearm to protect themselves is killing them. You want to talk about killing, having legislation that kills people, denying women the ability to have a firearm to protect themselves from men that are bigger and stronger than they are. That's just a fact. I don't care if you're a feminist. It's just the fact. The average man is taller, he is heavier, he is usually stronger than the average woman. That is just a fact. It's genetics. You don't like it, I don't care. That's what the reality is. And the equalizer on that isn't suddenly being able to do jujitsu like Batwoman on a CW TV show. The reality is you get a gun. That's the reality. And Kathy Hochul says, nope, you don't get to do that. Kathy Hochul, has plenty of guards. Kathy Hochul is surrounded by guards almost 24/7. She has police officers surrounding her pretty much everywhere that she goes throughout this state as she flies on private plane after private plane on the taxpayer dime. She doesn't worry about carrying a gun. Everyone around her already carries the gun for her. You, the American citizen, well, you can go to hell. Same thing with Kamala Harris. She doesn't carry a gun. She doesn't think you need a gun because she's surrounded by Secret Service agents. They carry the guns for her. AOC is surrounded by Secret Service agents. Cori Bush uses your taxpayer dollars to spend $70,000 a year on her private security, and each and every one of them have a gun. The members of BLM, Patrice Cullors, has private security paid for by your donations to protect her. They all carry guns. You cannot. But you're more than welcome to live right next door to and have to deal with the consequences of members of Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthi terrorists. When they come to New York, they'll try and blow you up. When they come to Chicago, to Boston, to LA, to Baltimore, to Detroit, to try and kill you. I think this is a conversation we need to have in America before the 2024 election. Like, seriously, have this conversation. Stop playing the those 30-second sound bites, those minute and a half commercial clips, and actually have CNN, MSNBC, that, the mainstream news media that reaches tens of millions of people every minute of every day, have them actually have a serious conversation. They won't. They will not want you to address this because they are busy trying to fortify the election to get you to vote in their favor. Let me see here. Comment. We have a couple of comments. Let me catch up to that. Dow says, related to this, U.S. versus Carbajal Flores just struck down the gun ban for nonviolent illegal aliens as unconstitutional on the basis of unalienable natural rights secured by the Constitution. Therefore, every piece of gun control should be immediately repealed. I wish that were the case. I wish that's how we would see it. But we are now saying, and you'll hear the Biden administration say, oh, well, the illegal aliens, the criminals, need to have a firearm to protect one another from other illegal aliens. So in other words, all of the refugees from Gaza need to have a gun to protect themselves from Hezbollah, the terrorists right next door to them, that come to America to kill Americans. They need to protect themselves. But you, as an American citizen, you don't get to protect yourself. No. Sheila Jackson Lee, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, AOC, Pelosi, Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, and of course Governor Hochul, they all think you should be helpless, hopeless. You need to be terrified and vote for them because they will promise to protect you and then you'll die. If there is anyone who thinks I am wrong, I am happy to hear that. You can call in. Phone number's going right across. Phone is plugged in right now. I'm more than happy to hear anyone tell me, Mike, I think you're wrong. I think you don't understand. Please, show me the data. I have lots of data. I will be happy to share it with you. I've been doing this 18 years. Let's have this conversation. I'd have this conversation on CNN. They won't have me on. I do it on MSNBC. They won't let me in. The New York Times does not want to report this. The Daily Beast wants to hide this information from you. They want you to be afraid and comply and not think. It's really terrifying. Dow goes on to say, if nonviolent illegal aliens can freely exercise their natural rights in the United States, where they don't have rights, they're not American citizens. But America recognizes you are born with the right to defend yourself. And these illegal aliens can freely exercise their natural rights, then, and more easily than American citizens. This is crazy. This is the definition of insanity. It truly is, folks. I truly believe that. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you think, Mike, you're just being, I don't know. Maybe you think I'm just overreacting. I don't think I am. People are dying. This is the breaking news today. But you're not seeing that on Twitter. You're not seeing anyone talk about that on Twitter X. You're not seeing this on Facebook. You're not seeing this from the New York Times. They don't want you to have this conversation. Even if they think they're right and I'm wrong, they don't want this conversation. They would rather say, you can't be right. We're just not going to talk to you. You're an ist, you're a phobe. We're not going to talk to you. You're MAGA. We're not going to talk to you. You're a black Republican. We're not going to talk to you. Oh my God, no, can't talk to you. Doesn't matter that the evidence, the conversation makes sense. No, we're just not going to talk to you because they have to live in their world. Their bubble doesn't allow for anything else. Their echo room doesn't hear voices from outside that say, you're wrong. Now, let me go on because I think these are important things. Again, these are the breaking news. We'll get into the international in just a moment, but there's something else. I want to clarify something in the news that a lot of people have been seeing is about Tyson's Foods. And I've seen people talking about this on social media. I saw it on Facebook where Tyson Foods is facing a boycott. People are trying to boycott Tyson Foods. And I know there's a lot of confusion about this because the initial story came out on March 11th. And since March 11th, we have seen Tyson Foods come out with statements. We've seen the BBC. Let me show you. So Tyson Foods on March 13th. March 11th, the news story comes out. On March 13th, Tyson Scripps News retracts this because they had initially said that Tyson Foods is firing their American employees and that they want to hire 52,000 illegal aliens. This time they're calling them asylum seekers. Asylum seekers. Yeah, they're seeking asylum from Gaza. The first country you hit from Gaza, I don't care which direction you go in, is not America. That's not the first nation. Egypt, Jordan, yeah, you could say that. Maybe you could say Europe. But America, we're not the first place. Why are they coming to America? Oh, we don't want to have that conversation. But they're seeking asylum. Okay. And Tyson Foods wants to hire them for cheap. Because these aren't people in a union. These aren't union workers because they're not supposed to work in America. They're illegal aliens. They're not supposed to have the right to work because they're criminals. They're not supposed to be here. And Tyson Foods supposedly said they wanted to hire 52,000 criminals rather than having Americans work there. And so the story was pulled because Tyson Foods said, no, we're not going to hire just illegal aliens. That's not true. Yes, they are laying off American citizens. Yes, they have agreements since 2022 to hire illegal aliens, but they're not the same thing. And the number isn't 52,000 per se, kind of maybe. Mind you, when you look at the story, Tyson Foods isn't denying that they are hiring illegal aliens. They are. That is a fact. They are hiring call them undocumented workers or migrants, whatever you want to call them. They are hiring them. They're part of the program, which is called Tents for, where is it? This is, Tyson says as they talk to Newsweek, there's a lot of misinformation out there, and that they are part of E-Verify and mutual agreement between government and employees called the image programs, that they don't want to hire illegal aliens even as they hire illegal aliens. No, they're following the law. And they want to support Americans. So this story, it's not really true. But there it is, tent partnership. But they do have a partnership since 2022 with the Tent Partnership for Refugees. And they've hired over 2,500 refugees. They also just fired 1,200 Americans. And they're hiring more refugees as we speak. But this story got confused. So even here you can see, wait a minute. So the story was published and then the story was pulled and they're denying parts of the story. Well, what's really going on? Well, here's the thing. Then if you go to even more news media, yesterday, Tyson Foods, they want to hire 40,000 migrants. So maybe the number wasn't 52,000. Obviously, Tyson Foods is upset because they got caught, and people are boycotting them because they're firing Americans to hire illegal aliens or refugees, whatever you want to call them. Fantastic. So they don't want people to know that, and they're saying, well, it's not 52,000, so you can't print that. That's not accurate. How about 40,000? Is that more accurate? Because Tyson Foods isn't complaining about that number. They complained about 52,000, but 40,000, they're not complaining. And we know this because the Tyson Human Resources leader, Garrett Dolan, has already said that they've been that the illegal aliens, the refugees, have been uprooted, and they want stability. They want a sense of belonging. He goes on to say, we would like to employ 42,000 illegal aliens or refugees. But if you tell people that, that's misinformation. But he said it himself. That is a direct quote from the news media, that he in fact said this, that the refugees, they're very loyal, they've been uprooted, and they want stability. Well, so do Americans. So do homeless Americans. They want stability. They have been uprooted, and they are very, very loyal. Americans aren't even leaving. They don't leave our home nation. They're staying in America. Many people live and die within 5 miles of wherever they're born. That's loyalty. So unless you're recruiting from Harvard, where they hate America and they are pro-Hamas, pro-terrorism, and they want to destroy America, looking at Harvard, Yale, Boston College, I'm talking about, Cornell University, Binghamton University. Yeah, they hate America, but American citizens, they love America. So they're loyal, and they've been uprooted. There's 3.9% unemployment. Inflation is increasing again at 3.8%. We have lots of problems. Americans are uprooted. What about their stability? Oh, that doesn't count. That's not quite as important. So the true number seems to be 40,000 refugees. And instead of saying that these are illegal aliens, say refugees. So you got to get the story right. Well, the story gets a little bit more complicated because what do they say overseas? And this is going to the Daily Mail. They fired 1,300, not 1,200, 1,300 members in Iowa as they're trying to hire 40,000 illegal aliens and refugees in New York State to work more cheaply than the people in Iowa. And that they're trying to hire 42,000 of them. So the actual number is not 52,000, it's 42,000. And they are, in fact, doing this. In fact, if we look at the story, I believe I have it highlighted. Here it is. They already, here's something that you didn't hear in the American news. This is important because the American newspapers didn't mention how many illegal aliens, how many refugees already work for Tyson? The number is 42,000. They already have 42,000 immigrants. Now, when they say 42,000 immigrants, I'm not sure if that's legal immigration, or are we talking about asylum seekers? Or are we talking about illegal aliens? I don't know. It's not clear. But these foreigners, these non-Americans, 42,000, that's that's over a third. Yes, over a third of the number of workers for Tyson Foods. And they're saving money because they're not one of them are part of a union. And they want to hire another 42,000. This confirms news that came from American news that said 40,000, well, 42,000. They want to double. They want to have 60% of their workforce to be foreign from the United States in the United States. They don't want to hire Americans. They don't want to pay Americans. Whether it's because of the unions or independent, they don't want to pay the price of having American workers. Mind you, they want Americans to buy their products. They want you to buy Tyson Foods. They just don't want to pay you. They don't want to employ Americans. They just want the profit from Americans. And instead of having to go overseas, they're willing to do it in our own nation, which is very upsetting to me. And we know that in recent weeks, according to the Daily Mail, in recent weeks, the company hired dozens of asylum seekers from Venezuela, from Mexico, from Colombia, at a job fair in New York City. They hired them in New York City, and they're going to transfer them to Tennessee. So they're not just they're not just hiring these people, they're willing to pay them to go to Tennessee to live their life in Tennessee. They are moving these illegal aliens into Tennessee rather than have them work in Iowa. Again, they're firing people in Iowa. They're hiring people. They're hiring illegals and asylum seekers and immigrants. They're hiring them from New York. At the same time, they're firing them in Iowa. But, Tyson Foods, they like Americans. No, it's unfair to say that they're doing what they're actually doing. I think this is worth talking about. And I'm trying to give you some clarity because, as you can see, that's 4 different news stories. 4 stories talking about the same issue. And Tyson Foods coming out with their own message, which is confusing the whole thing. But as far as I can understand, if we're looking at all the news media about this, that is not being clarified by the New York Times. MSNBC is not trying to clear this up. No one's trying to give you the clear picture, but as best as I can understand, looking at the international news and the consensus in the American news, and even the consensus from Tyson Foods, it seems that Tyson Foods wants to fire more of their American workforce to hire foreigners that are cheaper, and it's so cheap that they are willing to hire them in New York and transfer them, actually pay for them to move to Tennessee. It's that much cheaper to have these foreigners work for Tyson Foods than Americans. And as they are firing Americans, they are hiring these foreigners in numbers that if they could, they would literally double the number. They would literally have 60% of the people who work for the company be foreigners in the United States. We're not talking about overseas and shipping the food in the United States itself. And they want American money, though. But don't say that. You're not supposed to say this out loud because Tyson wants American money. They don't want you to have a boycott. No, the story is not accurate because they quoted 52,000. The number's 42,000. Oh, you can't say that. Oh, they're not illegal aliens. They're immigrants, which might be illegal aliens, might be refugee seekers, might be legal immigrants. We don't know. They're not making it clear. But we do know that they do work with organizations for asylum seekers. And what was the very first story that we covered today? Oh, yeah. Asylum seekers like the guy from Lebanon, the member of Hezbollah. We're talking about Ebadi. Yeah, he's one of those migrants, those refugees. He claimed that he was going for refugee status. He was seeking asylum so he can go to New York and bomb them. And that's what Tyson's saying. They're hiring these asylum seekers who sometimes are illegal aliens using the excuse of asylum to get into America, even when they're terrorists looking to blow up Americans. Oh my God, this is terrifying. I can understand when you think about it and understand how badly these open borders are affecting Americans, not only in your safety, but also in terms of your jobs, your employment, in terms of where your tax dollars are going. Yeah, I can understand why Tyson Foods doesn't want anyone to think about that, and they want to squash this boycott before it starts to pick up steam, before people understand what's going on. I can understand why they're trying to make it as confused as possible in as many news stories as they can, so they can say, oh no, you can't say that. And I guarantee you, they're going to all the social media, especially Facebook, and saying, hey, that's not an accurate story. You got to stop that. Block them. Don't let them say this. It's not true. No, it's not true to say 52,000. It apparently seems to be true to say 40 to 42,000. It's apparently true to say, yes, they are hiring asylum seekers, even if those asylum seekers may not actually be legitimate, even if they might be members of Hezbollah. Okay, so let me go to the comments, and I apologize. Let me see here. Dow says, if it's why we need to promote the culture of liberty first, people need to re-engage with their own governance. I agree. We need to be involved. Look at these things, how they're all interconnected. Mike is with us. Hello, Mike. Is this Democrat Mike? We have a few different mics that, for people who are new to the channel, we have several mics that sometimes comment. And I believe this gentleman who goes by Just Mike is someone we call Democrat Mike, so we can understand the difference. He's more left-leaning. Mike says, Republican policies are so bad for anybody not super rich. We're not talking about, these are all Democrat policies. This has nothing to do with the right. These are Democrat policies and the impact of Democrat policies on the American people. And it doesn't matter if you're rich or not. So I guess you're debunking your own logic here. Mike goes on to say, no wonder they have a hard time winning elections since 2018. Not that hard. We have control of the Congress right now. So it depends on what you define as hard, I guess. But what's that got to do with American safety? The safety of women because they're being denied firearms? The safety of Americans to be able, just to live because we have members of Hezbollah trying to blow them up? What's this got to do with Americans being able to work in a bad economy? This is Bidenomics we're talking about. I don't understand your point. Mike goes on to say, Democrat Mike goes on to say, you honestly believe that article? Which one? The one from which one are we talking about? The one from Newsweek? The one from the Daily Mail? The one from the New York Times? The one from Scripps? These are all international credible news agencies, and several of them are left-leaning. So you mean to tell me they're not legitimate? You think Newsweek isn't legitimate? Please, Mike, let's be very clear about that. So Mike said, you honestly believe that article. Why would that guy say that? Oh, I'm sorry. Why would, you're talking about Newsweek, the article from the New York Post, which is an internationally recognized news media agency. So you're saying the New York Post, because they said something, because they revealed information which is verified by the U.S. Border Patrol. So you're saying that the U.S. Border Patrol lied to the American people because that's who they're quoting. You may not like the news agency. The evidence is coming from the United States government. So you can tell me, Mike, oh, I don't like that agency, that news agency that made that report. It's still factual. It's still accurate. So what are you trying to say? And Mike goes on to say, well, I'm just stating facts. No, I'm stating facts. I'm actually showing you the facts and the sources where those facts came from. You're telling me about your feelings because you said you don't like the New York Post. I don't care because the New York Post is quoting the U.S. Border Patrol. This is a factual story. It is documented. It is from the United States government. And the New York Post is a credible international news agency. The fact you don't like them is meaningless. Whether you think it's because of their politics or anything else, they're credible. Your feelings aren't. There is a difference. And again, Democrat Mike, you've made comments before. You know, I have no problem with your opinion, and you can have any feeling you want, but the facts are the facts. They don't change. And the facts say that Hezbollah was trying to come into America because of the open borders to kill Americans. That's the facts. The policies of Democrats have endangered American citizens. And they're also causing American citizens to lose their employment. That's the facts, as reported by multiple international agencies. Democrat Mike goes on to say, what happened to that red wave? Who cares? I don't care about that. You want to talk about elections? That's fantastic. We'll get into that. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the policies of Democrats and the consequences of those policies. You want to talk about who's going to win the next election? Entirely different subject. We're talking about policies and consequences, the safety of American citizens and the U.S. economy. Entirely different subject. I don't care who cares about the red wave. I don't care about the red wave or the blue wave. I'm dealing with the consequences of the people who are in office right now. Democrat Mike goes on to say, you think media doesn't lie or exaggerate. When I can put up multiple news agencies saying the same thing or elements of the same thing, when I can show you that the government of the United States is making these statements, when we have factual data that supports what is being said, what is being reported on a regular basis, yeah, I do believe it. Show me the evidence that says I'm wrong. Show me the evidence that disproves, that discredits any of the news agencies that I have presented. I'm not saying that they're perfect. I'm right there with you. I have pointed out many times where the news media agencies have got it wrong, where they make up the news story, where they have misreported the information. And I will do so later on today. But at the same time, when I have a consensus that is showing more and more, matter of fact, that's why I showed you both international and domestic coverage of what's happening with Tyson Foods. And by looking through each and every one of those stories and looking at what is the consistent thread that no one is denying, there's the truth. And I just showed you to do that. So I don't see your point here. Now, Zhao's talking to... So, I'm trying to be as clear as I can, folks. I'm trying to show you how I source out information, how I get the conclusion. Again, I'm not upset that Democrat Mike or anyone else has a feeling. Feel whatever you want to feel. I will never deny it. I will never stop you from feeling it. But I don't care about your feelings. You don't care about my feelings. Let's be honest. The progressives don't care about my feelings. That's why they don't want me to have my feelings. Progressives want me to take their feelings. They're always trying to push their feelings onto you. You're supposed to feel the way they feel. And if you don't, you're a bad guy because your feelings don't matter. The progressives don't care. The Democrats don't care about your feelings. That's why they're trying to give you new feelings rather than the ones you already have. So you can't tell me feelings matter because they don't. Not even the Democrats, not even the progressives, they don't care about feelings. They care about control. They care about who's in charge. They're concerned about compliance. Let's be honest. And that's something I'm not trying to do. I'm giving you facts and I'm giving you conclusions. And my facts and conclusions just don't happen to fall in line with the approved message coming from the mainstream news media. That's because I'm actually paying attention. It's because I'm having the conversation. Again, none of the information I've given you is incorrect. We know Tyson Foods is firing Americans. They are closing the plant. We know they are hiring asylum seekers who may or may not be illegal aliens in New York City, and that they are paying for those asylum seekers to go to Tennessee to work for Tyson Foods. We know this is correct. The question that's really up for grabs is how many? We know that a third of the country is a third of the company, Tyson Foods, already works for, employs illegal aliens or asylum seekers. So the only question really is how many? How many Americans is Tyson Foods willing to fire so that they can hire these foreigners who are cheaper? And will they tell the American people before or after a boycott? That's the truth. So that's for you to decide. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that part, but I'm giving you the information so you can make the decision for yourself. Democrat Mike says, I don't like Democrats either. Well, you seem to be pushing the Democrat progressive ideology. You're pushing their messaging, which is why we call you Democrat Mike, because every time you come onto the program, you are parroting messages that come from either the DNC or MSNBC, as an example. So that's why we call you Democrat Mike. I could be wrong, but that's what every time you have spoken, every time you've put this up, that's what the answers we get. And it's always based on feelings that fall in line with the progressive ideology. Democrat Mike goes on to say, I just dislike Republicans more. Again, you're telling me about your feelings. I don't care. You don't have to like, as you have heard me say on this channel for years now, I've been doing this for 18 years. You can have whatever feeling you want. You can hate Republicans. You can hate conservatives. You can hate libertarians. You can hate Democrats. And I do hate socialists. Okay, perfectly fine. Has nothing to do with whether the United States economy is doing well, whether or not there's a consequence for denying women the ability to defend themselves, has nothing to do with whether or not Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthi terrorists, Iran are able to send terrorists into America and blow up American citizens. None of that has to do with my feelings, your feelings, or anyone else's feelings. Your feelings are immaterial to the reality we are dealing with. Yours and mine. I admit that. My feelings don't matter, neither do yours. These are the facts that we have to deal with. Politics has nothing to do with feelings. Feelings are a distraction from the politics. And people who are pushing feelings almost exclusively are democratic socialists, almost exclusively the people who are focused on how they feel and how you're supposed to feel are almost exclusively socialists, many of them coming from our colleges who are trying to actually indoctrinate the American public. Now, many people may not like that, but that seems to be the truth, and that is the conclusion we get from the evidence that we see. Let me see. Let me go on. Let's see here. Hang on a second, folks. I just want to catch up to the comments. So Democrat Mike goes on to say, the economy is doing well considering the circumstances. No, it's not. No, the economy is absolutely not doing well. I was going to cover this a little bit later in the show, but this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is from the United States government. Inflation's up again, 3.2%. Inflation is up. Depending on which item you're looking at, food is up another 2.2%. By the way, inflation is up over 17% from the day that Joe Biden took office. The American economy is not doing well. That's not true at all. So when you say that, Democrat Mike, again, the facts, the evidence does not support your feeling. So you don't like the New York Post. I don't care. I've got many different news sources. They all say the same thing. Again, your feeling about whether or not they're credible has nothing to do with the credibility they have internationally. You said the economy is doing well. It's not. Your stock portfolio is not the economy. The stock market is not the economy. We do understand that, right? Like, they have nothing to do with each other. The stock market is an investment. The U.S. economy is the economy. Companies in the stock market might do well or badly, irregardless of where the economy is doing. In fact, there are stocks you buy when the economy is doing badly because they will do well. They are counter the economy. They're protective. They're more protected stocks. I was a stockbroker for a decade. Yeah, I understand investing. You're talking about an investment. That's not the economy. They're not the same thing. People confuse that all the time. I don't care where the Dow Jones is. That's not the economy. Let me go on. By the way, folks, as you can see, right now, Democrat Mike has been dominating the conversation a little bit, but Dal is still speaking. You can still speak. By the way, Democrat Mike, we have said this many times. You can call in. The phone number is 929-715-8569. We say that to everyone. Anyone can call into this program, whether you agree or disagree. We only ask to have a logical conversation. I'm not upset that progressives challenge me. Please do. Sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes the idea I have doesn't make sense or I need to flesh it out more. That's how we improve our government. That's how we improve the people we elect. It's how we improve our laws. By having the conversation, by having the confrontation, by clearing things up, by understanding that feelings are not important in the conversation. And to isolate and say, okay, that's a feeling you have, which is meaningless. Here are the facts. Let's get focused on that. And when we look at those facts, we determine whether or not we happen to be a progressive or a Republican. If you happen to be a libertarian, it doesn't matter. Here's the facts. As we have already gone over, the inflation is up. That is a fact. Unemployment is up. That is a fact. Doesn't matter what political ideology you have. Doesn't matter how your personal stock portfolio is doing. That's the economy. And that is bad. Women are not able to protect themselves as much as they should be able to, comparatively are able to, in New York State versus other states. And women died as a consequence of that. Getting the National Guard to go to the subway system did not protect Americans in the subway or on the street. That is a fact. Doesn't matter who's reporting it. That's a fact. Those people died. It doesn't matter that the New York Post, the Daily News, the New York Times, it doesn't change who's reporting it. They're still dead, and the assailants are still the same ones. The laws that prevented them from protecting themselves are still the same. Does it make sense, Democrat Mike? And Democrat Mike goes on to say, oh, you realize that the inflation rate is better than literally every other developed nation in the world. No, it's not. That is a lie. That is actually a lie coming from Joe Biden in the State of the Union, which was debunked by the mainstream news media. America is actually in the middle of the pack of many of the first world inflations. That's a fact. No, we're not the best. That is a lie. It was said during the State of the Union. It was very popular. It's wrong. It's factually incorrect. And when you do look it up, as I have, as many of the fact checkers have already done, it's not correct. I think we covered that last week. All right, hang on. So, and this is, let's actually look at this together, okay? Because Democrat Mike says, I am wrong. So this is how you look it up. Okay. U.S. inflation is the best State of the Union fact check. That's what I'm looking at. Make sure I typed it right. Fact checking Biden's State of the Union. Let's see. Do we have one that specifically says that? No. Okay. So let's go with CNN. Let's see if CNN covers it. National debt. Biden's number is correct. National debt, blah, blah, blah. Let's look for it. National debt. Hang on. Let's go. Inflation. Because I'm happy. Let's see. IRA, inflation, nope. Inflation reduction, inflation, deficit, inflation. I'm looking for it. Hang on. Nope, that's million jobs. Inflation. Minimum tax. Wait a minute. Is it under the tax? Nope, that's companies. Hang on. Trying to find it here. Let's see. 15 minimum wage. $40-year high. Nope, not there. Okay, let's do it this way. Inflation rates by countries. Let's do it that way. Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China. Okay, let's see. Yeah. In the world, let's see. Where's America? We're down here. Ooh, not so great. Let's see. The best in the world: China, Italy, Switzerland, Saudi Arabia, Germany, Japan, Europe, Indonesia, Spain, Netherlands. Yeah, there's the America at 3.2%. By the way, 3.2%. That's the number that just came out. Right here. U.S. unadjusted 12 months ending February 2024 from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 3.2%. United States, 3.2%. That's the latest. There are, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 nations that have a better inflation rate than the United States. China, Italy, Switzerland, Japan, Germany, Europe, Spain, Netherlands, Singapore, Canada, and France, and South Korea are all first world or second world nations. They're all industrialized nations, and they're all better off than the United States. So, no, to answer your question, and to be correct, Democrat Mike, the United States is not the best handling inflation in the world, even for industrialized first world nations. You're wrong. The data's there, and I just showed it to you. Took me, 5 minutes? And there's more sources. You can go on and find it for yourself, but the answer is you're wrong. Joe Biden was wrong. It sounded great for the State of the Union, but he's counting on the fact that no one actually looks it up. He's wrong. It's factually incorrect. So, you can say target is anything. You can say the target is anything you want it to be. What is the real inflation rate? What's the reality? And the reality is the United States is not the best in the world. Joe Biden lied to you. It's not the first time. So again, folks, if anyone wants to say, Mike, hey, I disagree with you, fantastic. Let's have those conversations. Because how else are you going to be informed? How would you know that Joe Biden lied to you if you didn't know that you could look up the Bureau of Labor Statistics, look at their inflation rate for February, and see, hey, inflation is up, and nope, it's not the best inflation rate in the world. Not when I can go and look at the inflation rates of other countries in the world that compete with the United States. Joe Biden lied. How would you know unless you actually did it? And I'm helping you to be able to do that. Now, whether that means you vote for a Democrat or not, that's up to you. Whether you want to be part of the progressive movement, that's up to you. I didn't tell you what you should or shouldn't do. I'm just giving you the information that's factually correct so that you know who's lying to you. And in this case, I'm not saying that Republicans never lie. I am saying, in this case, Joe Biden lied to your face. And he expected you not to check. That's as simple as it gets. Now, one of the other things that I wanted to point out, and I think this is kind of interesting, because, again, news that's coming out right now today, and this is somewhat on Twitter and X. We are seeing this. This story is actually being covered by the mainstream media. Trump says some undocumented migrants are not people, warns that the United States will see a bloodbath. And as the day has gone on and on, we are seeing more and more of the news media that are talking about this part right here, warning the U.S. that we will see a bloodbath if Joe Biden is reelected. If Donald Trump doesn't get to doesn't win, there's going to be a bloodbath. That's what the news media keeps on pushing. Matter of fact, you can go over to, here's the Daily Beast. Daily Beast, Trump says some undocumented immigrants are not people. Well, one, they're illegal aliens. Two, it's not dehumanizing to say what Donald Trump said. You may not like it, you may not feel good about it, doesn't mean it's dehumanizing per se. Let me clarify this, because in every single article, and this started with the Washington Post, which has it behind a paywall, which is why I'm not showing the Washington Post article. But the Washington Post quoted Donald Trump in saying, I don't know if you call them people in some cases. In some cases, they're not people, in my opinion. But I'm not allowed to say that because of the radical left that says that's a terrible thing to say. And of course, this is the Daily Beast, the radical left, saying you can't say that. He wasn't wrong. But here's the part that I think that's very important about this whole thing. That he's talking about undocumented immigrants accused of crimes, as the left would put it. In other words, he's talking about illegal aliens that commit crimes in the United States. He's talking about gang members. He's talking about Hezbollah that's trying to come into America to blow us up. He's talking about criminals like the assailant, the murderer of, University of Georgia, Laken Riley, excuse me. The murderer of Laken Riley. These are inhuman individuals. These are individuals that have committed violent crimes for no reason. It's insanity. The murder of Laken Riley there's no reason for it. It was a murder because of opportunity. That is an evil and vile human being that killed her. And that evil and vile person, who also happened to commit crimes in Georgia and in New York State and violated the United States federal law, that happened to be an illegal alien. And so that's who we are talking about. Illegal aliens that are accused of crimes like murder in the United States. Do you call them people? Do you call murderers humane? Do you call terrorists humane? Are they human? Or are they inhuman in their actions, and therefore their humanity is in question? See, that's the thing that you're not getting in this. Now, they have to say this. This is why they include the word some undocumented immigrants, some illegal aliens. Even on the right, they say some undocumented, because everyone understands he's talking about criminals. He's talking about the guy who killed Laken Riley. He's talking about the guy who's part of Hezbollah, promising that he wants to bomb New York. Yeah, he's not wrong. I'm sorry, he's not wrong. But look at the headlines. The headlines want you to think that he's saying something. No one could possibly say that. How could you possibly say that? How can you have that opinion? Orange man bad. Don't vote for Orange man bad. He's inhumane. No. What's inhumane is having an open border that allows members of Hezbollah or individuals like the murderer of Laken Riley to come into America. That's inhumane. Do we see the difference between those two things? I think it's absolutely critical. Mind you, the news media is trying to downplay this as much as they can. Let me show you what I'm talking about here, because we also have the article from where? NPR. Trump says some migrants, notice, some migrants. Now they're using migrants. No, they're illegal aliens. They are criminals that he's talking about. Some criminals are not people and warns of a bloodbath if he loses. Notice they put these two stories together. This is important. Why are they mixing these two stories together? Because neither story by itself would actually stand up and get people's attention. The stories were mixed because they were trying to see which one would get the most eyeballs and hurt Trump the most, they think, in the 2024 election. And that's why everyone used the same variant of this headline. But he goes on to say, warns of a bloodbath. Okay, so when you go through this, you have to go all the way down. Do you see how far? Almost to the bottom of the story to actually get into what they're talking about here. They jumped right past. Oh, they're not people. Don't want to talk about the crime. Don't want to talk about the murder. No, they want to talk about everything except that. They're trying to make you understand, oh, no, this is Orange Man bad. And he's talking to MAGA people. It's all bad. And he says, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole country. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the whole country. Gee, what's the context of that? Because does Donald Trump say he wants another January 6th? No. Is he saying that, like right now, there's a bloodbath? Laken Riley was killed by illegal aliens. We have members of Hezbollah trying to get into America. We had a 300% increase in the number of illegal, not just illegal aliens, but terrorists trying to enter America just last year. 172. That's a bloodbath. That is devastation to the American people. And this is not something that you don't hear. This is normal political conversations, campaign speeches made across America by presidents, by members of Congress, for Senate. We hear this from politicians at every level, that if we aren't able to change the policies, it's a bloodbath. That if we follow bad laws, we get bad outcomes. Those outcomes include the death of American citizens, like with Kathy Hochul and the subway. Oh my goodness, we're going to nationalize or activate the National Guard to protect Americans, but yet Americans are being shot in the subway and women are being stabbed right above the subway. It's not protecting you. That's a bloodbath. Does that not make sense to people? Because they want to word this to scare you. You're supposed to be terrified. Oh my God, it's those MAGA people. They don't believe that you're a human being. Well, if you're murdering women for no reason, yeah, that's not what human beings do. I agree. But they're calling them criminals because they broke the law multiple times in some cases, violently in some cases. Yes, they're criminals. Oh, and they're talking about the bloodbath. Look at the consequences. Gee, Joe Biden got in office and we have more wars that America is involved in. We have more conflicts that America is fighting in. That is a bloodbath. We didn't get less. Obama had a bunch, then we stopped under the Trump administration, and we picked it back up under the Biden administration. That's a bloodbath. How many ways do you want to look at that? The Biden administration has abandoned over 30,000 Americans. First in Afghanistan, which was a bloodbath. Americans were killed. And he abandoned 5,000 Americans there. Ukraine, 10,000 Americans were abandoned there. Last year, 15,000 Americans were abandoned in the Sudan. We know that many of the Americans that have been abandoned are being tortured as we speak by ISIS and Al-Qaeda, as reported by the State Department, Antony Blinken, last year in 2023. We know this is a fact. We know that Hamas killed 34 Americans, and we know that they captured about 22 Americans, took them hostage, and are sexually abusing and torturing their hostages. We know this for a fact. These are the facts. Whether or not you like these facts is immaterial. I don't care. You can have whatever feeling you want about it. These are the facts. That is a bloodbath. That is a consequence of the Democratic progressive ideology. Their policies have led to Americans dying. That is a bloodbath. Oh, so when you understand it in context, it makes sense. Whether or not you like it is a different question. That's up to you. You can like it or not like it, that's up to you. But the context, when you put the context back into the statement, rather than just putting up bloodbath as a word out of context, when you put it back into context and understand that it is reflecting on policies and consequences, yeah, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. But you're not supposed to think about that. You're not supposed to understand that. You're not supposed to vote based on full context. You're supposed to misunderstand the context, take it out of understanding. You're supposed to be angry and emotional and therefore support Democrats, support progressives, and vote for anyone except Orange Man bad, even though it's not necessarily in your best interest. They're manipulating you. That's the manipulation. And I'm showing it to you real time, both not only in the content of what these articles are saying, but also the way they're manipulating the headlines. Mike had earlier said that the United States is not responsible, the Biden administration is not responsible for the U.S. inflation. Who's in the White House? Whose economic policies is America under right now? Bidenomics. Biden has spent 2 years touting his Bidenomics, including the Inflation Reduction Act. And he has been increasing spending in the United States. That's the Biden administration. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say Biden's in charge, he has the Biden Inflation Reduction Act, and he has his Bidenomics policy. It's an economic policy. It's affecting everyone, and inflation is going up. You can't say that inflation is going up, but it's not his fault, but it is his policies. I'm sorry. It doesn't. Inflation is up. Unemployment is up. Bidenomics is real. Bidenomics caused unemployment and inflation. Is the rest of the world suffering? Of course it is. The largest economy in the world, the United States, has been in a recession since August of 2022. Of course they're suffering. Not many of them, not as bad as the United States, but they're all suffering. There is a global food shortage. We have been talking about this since February of 2022, that there's about 35% less food in the world today than in 2019. That is a fact. And that will continue to be a fact until 2025, in part because of the war, in part because of the cost of energy. And we know this has been ongoing for years, will continue for years, at least until 2025, if it stops, if the Ukraine-Russia war stops tomorrow. So these are consequences of the Biden policies. That is a fact. Democrat Mike, you may not like it, but that's the reality. Again, I can answer all of your questions with facts as they exist. You feel like it shouldn't be true. It is true, regardless of how you feel. And I'm not telling you, don't feel like you can feel as progressive or democratic as you want to be. You can say Orange Man bad all day long. I don't care. Fantastic. Have those feelings. Say that. But you can't say Biden isn't responsible for inflation, even though he's responsible for Bidenomics and the economic health of the United States. You can't make those statements. It doesn't work. You can't no one can compartmentalize that well. The reality is, this is the Biden economy, and the Biden economy is failing. That's just a fact. You don't have to like it. It's just a fact. So again, I'm just keeping up with all the comments here. Matter of fact, let me double check. What is everyone saying? Rumble. How you guys doing over here on Rumble? And by the way, folks, a lot more people watch the show on Rumble than watch it on YouTube. And I would prefer to do the show on Rumble itself, but can't quite do that yet. You know, the money. It's all about the money. As you can see, we could use the money. I haven't mentioned it yet, but we've been on with you right now for an hour and a half. And in an hour and a half, we have been trying to highlight the truth, to provide you with information, to go into detail greater than any of the mainstream news media, to actually understand what is affecting our nation and how it is affecting our nation. And therefore, how is it affecting everyone around the world? These are important things. And because we're doing that with you, we only ask you for one thing: like, share, subscribe. That's it. Like, share, subscribe. None of that costs you a penny. All it takes is a click of the button, and it makes a massive difference for us because we are constantly suppressed on this channel. They don't like us having these conversations. They don't like the fact that I'm a black Republican. Oh my God, they hate that. And so they try to suppress all of our conversations. When we were talking with Nerdrotic, when we had a conversation with Larry Sharp, when we're doing the Friday Roundtable, when we're covering the news and the Constitution, they don't like you to hear that because you might not vote the way they want you to vote. And they want to fortify the election. So your like, your share, your subscription makes a big difference because we get to have more conversations. Conversations like I'm having with Democrat Mike, like I've had with Dal, like I have with everybody that comes onto the channel. You're all welcome. Because when we have these conversations, we realize what's political propaganda meant to cover our eyes, smoke and mirrors, and what's the reality and the real consequences of the legislation that we are passing. It all sounds feel good, Pollyanna, rainbow in the sky. It's all wonderful. And then there's the reality. Then there's what we're living through. And you're living through it too. You know as well as I do that this economy sucks. You know when you go to the store, you know you are paying at least 30% more for less food. That's not shrinkflation, that's Bidenomics. Now, I understand. Many people want you to vote Democrat, so they will try and blame it on anything and everything else. But Joe Biden's at the helm. It's his policies. It's his budgets that he's putting through. It's his spending bills that we are living through. He's at fault. He's accountable. Whether you like it or not, he's accountable. But let's go on. All right. And because I'm being honest with you, again, whether you love me or hate me, like, share, and subscribe. And if you do enjoy the channel, either because of entertainment, maybe you listen to us as you go to sleep at night, maybe it's you're trying to find information on various different subjects that are going on throughout the year on in terms of politics. Maybe you're a student or a professor at a school and you're looking at research. Fantastic. Then why not join our Patreon? It's $1.50 a month. That is less than any streaming service. It is less than any movie out there, and you will get more entertainment from this channel than you will get from any of those. You'll get more entertainment with me in a month than you will from watching The Marvels, God, the first time or again. More entertainment here than watching the entire Echo series the first time, if you've ever even seen it, and most people haven't. This is more entertaining. It costs $1.50 a month. Consider it. All right. Enough of that. I mean, if I don't ask, You don't get anything if you don't ask for something, right? Okay. That being said, let's take a look at what's going on with Haiti. And Haiti is really a problem. I mean, it's really, really a problem. Because right now we have the Biden administration is trying to open up the floodgates. They have an emergency policies trying to take in Haitian refugees because the Haitian government fell apart again. Not that this is new. They have a horrible government, and there's always constant turmoil there, and they have way too many gangs that they're pretty much their own paramilitaries. This nation has a problem, long-term, massive problems. But now the answer to those problems is the United States stepping in and saying, hey, come to America. I'm sorry, I don't think that's the right answer. But there's a bigger question about Haiti than just, are we going to have more Haitian immigrants coming in, some of them being criminals, because over 4,000 Haitian criminals have been released, and they're trying to get out the nation just like everyone else. So we need to vet these people before we let them in, just like we need to vet those coming from the Middle East because they might be part of Hezbollah. Well, we need to vet the Haitians because some of them might be gang members or might be criminals that we don't want in our nation. That's just the reality. But there's also another bit of the reality to this, and that is, where are the Americans? In 2010, according to the New York Times, there were 45,000 Americans that were living in Haiti. Now, I do understand that's 14 years ago. That number may have gone down. It may have gone up. But we know 14 years ago, 2010, there were 45,000 Americans. It is pretty safe to say that there's at least 1,000 Americans living in Haiti. I think that's a fair statement. I don't think anyone would dispute that. You cannot fit 1,000 Americans in a single plane. 1,000 people will not fit in a standard 747, 737. It's not going to fit in a standard civilian commercial plane. That's just a fact. You're not going to get 1,000 people out of a country on a plane. That's assuming that there's only 1,000 people in Haiti. There were 16,000 Americans in the Sudan, which is known for its genocides. That was last year. I would like to believe, and I tend to believe, that there are more Americans in Haiti, which is not known for the bloodbath we see going on right now. It's not known for the civil wars that we know happen in Haiti, in the Sudan. So there would be more Americans than were in the Sudan, which would make me think there's at least 15,000 Americans in Haiti. Now, mind you, I have to guess, because the very same State Department of the United States that is saying that they're going to get one plane to take Americans out of Haiti with is the same State Department that will not provide any news agency in the world with an estimate of how many Americans are in Haiti. The closest we can get, the closest I have been able to find, and if anyone in the chat is able to do better than me, please do, but the best information I have is from the New York Times in 2010 when they were talking about the earthquake, and they estimated 45,000 Americans in Haiti. I am downsizing that by 2/3 to say that there were at least as many Americans in Haiti as in the war-torn hellhole of the Sudan. That's 15,000. Even if there was 1,000 Americans in Haiti, they're not fitting on this single chartered flight by the U.S. government to take Americans out of Haiti. It's just not enough. The United States is putting the Haitian refugees above and beyond the American citizens. This is exactly what we see happening with Hamas right now, with the Americans being held in Gaza, being tortured as we speak. The American government, the Biden-Harris government, does not care about them. They're not trying to get them back. In the State of the Union, Joe Biden spent exactly one sentence, talking about the American hostages coming home. One sentence. He spent 6 minutes talking about giving the Hamas a port, giving them a pier, aiding and abetting the terrorist organization, the international terrorist organization that has actively killed Americans and is actively torturing Americans as we speak. And here we are in Haiti doing the exact same thing. The Biden administration is looking to send in humanitarian aid. They're going to spend your tax dollars to help the Haitian people. They're trying to take in Haitian refugees. And we're trying to figure out, under the Biden administration, they're trying to figure out how many Haitians the United States is going to take. And yet, we're going to get one plane of Americans who are in that hellhole, who are in harm's way, that we could easily get. I had this conversation, and I was talking about this on the Liberty First Foundation on Friday. And I was having this conversation with my colleagues, and I said to them, you know, if we had a strong leader who said, hey, I'm sending in a C-130 plane, and I'm going to pick up as many Americans as I can, and I'm going to have planes coming in and out the airport, and we're picking up American citizens. That's it. Everyone's going to have their passport. We're going to take those American citizens, and we're going to bring them back home because your country's having a war. I'm going to evacuate Americans. And if you don't like that, we don't care. And if that strong leader said, and if you harm a single member of the United States military, if you harm a single United States citizen as we're trying to peacefully evacuate from your country as you go through conflict, then we will send in the entire United States military. We will send in the full force, and you will see the giant that is America put its foot up your ass. And if we had an American president who actually said that, I guarantee you that the gangs in Haiti, they don't want the American government to invade. They don't want to have to face off the entire Marine Corps. They don't want to face off the Navy. They can't. They will lose. They will have the same kind of result as Hamas has with Israel, because it's the same kind of fight. They're going to lose, and they're going to lose badly in a horrible kind of way, and they know it. They would literally, if Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, if there was some leader in America that had the balls to say, we're flying them in, we dare you to shoot any American, we will invade your entire damn country, I guarantee you that every one of the gang members would line up the road to make sure that it was completely safe for the Americans to get out of their country. They would escort every single American saying, get out my country. Here, as safely and as kindly as you can, get out. They would take them to the airport to ensure that every single American was safe and no one hurt them. Because they don't want the United States military. They don't want the United States industrial complex to go haywire saying, hey, let's bomb Haiti. They don't want that. They can't survive. They can't possibly win. And they know it. But if you have a weak president, if you have a weak administration, well, you get the results that we're getting right now, where at least 15,000 Americans are being thrown aside, left in a hell zone, in a war zone, to fend for themselves, as the Biden administration says, hey, we took a plane full of Americans and we got them home. Aren't we doing great? We got one plane, 300 Americans out of Haiti. Yay! Yeah, but you left at least 15,000 behind. That's the important part. You left at least 15,000 more Americans behind. Your one plane, that's your virtue signal. That is literally virtue signaling. And matter of fact, I actually said this when Hakeem Jeffries said, "We must do everything possible to restore safety and security for the Haitian people." This is Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the Progressive Caucus in Congress. He is the leader of the Democrats in Congress at this time. He is a socialist. He's part of the Democratic Socialists of America. Hakeem Jeffries said this and said, we are obligated. America has an obligation to take care of Haiti. Why? It's a real serious, very simple question. And I asked that. Why? Why are we obligated to take care of Haiti? We have American veterans who are homeless, who are suffering from PTSD. We have American children who are starving in America right now. We have Americans who are poor. We have Americans throughout all of California that are defecating on the streets and living on the streets. We have overdoses. We have over 100,000 people overdosing on fentanyl and opioids right now. We have problems in America right this second. Why do we need the problems of Haiti? Why are the problems of Haiti an obligation of the American people? Mind you, and as I said, seriously, besides getting all the Americans abandoned thus far back home, which I think is our priority, and that is our obligation to protect the American people. That is the obligation of the government. But other than that, we have no obligation to Haiti. That is a foreign government, foreign country. They have their own government. They have their own laws. We have nothing to do with that. That's not our obligation. Now, that doesn't mean we can't help them. We can help them. I have no problem with helping them when we can, to the amount that we can. But that's not an obligation. We are not obligated to do a damn thing for Haiti. And I know people will say, "But Mike, that's so harsh." Is it? Is it harsh when we have problems with our homeless, with our veterans, with our children being fed, with opioids and overdoses? We have massive problems that affect more people than the entire population of Haiti. That's a fact. We have more people suffering because of poverty, because of drugs and drug crime, violent crime, than the entire population of Haiti. That is a fact. It's not our country. It's not our problem. The Haitian gangs decided to overthrow the Haitian government. That has nothing to do with America. That's their government. We didn't put the gangs in there. We didn't put the government in there. We don't own it. It's not under the Constitution. It's not part of America. It's not a commonwealth. If anything, they're more closely aligned to France. If Hakeem Jeffries was actually being any kind of level of consistent, he would be saying France is obligated to do something. Haiti was a French protectorate. It was part of their colonization, not the United States, France. If anyone has any kind of moral obligation here, well, that's France. The French are connected to Haiti. The French are responsible for Haiti. The French have an obligation, not the United States. So I don't understand this, but they want you to feel. They want you to feel but you have to. And don't worry, because Biden's sending one plane. Just like he got 2 hostages back from Gaza. Oh my God, he got 2 hostages back. There were 22. He got 2 of them. Thailand got 17 in the same time that it took for Joe Biden to get 2 Americans back home. Thailand got 17 of their hostages back home. As far as we know, the Thai government got every single Thai hostage home. They got more people released than they even knew had been taken hostage. That's a fact. But at least 4 more Thai hostages existed than we knew about, and they got them all back in Thailand, and Joe Biden got 2 Americans back. 2. And no one in the news media doesn't want to talk about this. Joe Biden doesn't want to talk about it. State of the Union, he avoided this completely because he's failed. He's continued to fail. And here we are looking at him fail in Haiti. Because the response should be, let's get the Americans home. Not with one charter flight. Not with just one charter flight. It is the obligation of the American government to get our people, to protect our people. Get them home. That's the job. But Joe Biden doesn't seem to care about that. And every single year he has been in charge, in 2021, 22, 23, and now in 24. In fact, we have told you on this channel, we have predicted this over and over again on the Sunday live streams since 2021 that this is going to happen again. That the Biden administration is so weak that everyone in the world is targeting Americans. And Joe Biden is letting them do it. Over and over and over again. And the numbers are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I would not be surprised if we see that there are as many Americans abandoned in Haiti as there were in the rest of the world under the Biden administration. I don't know, man. Maybe it's me. I know. People will say, but Mike, that's not very fair. That's not very nice. I don't care about being nice. That's a feeling. I don't care about feelings. I understand there are people, and I'm not saying that Haitians are evil people. Let's get this understood. I'm not saying they're evil or bad people. I mean, the gangsters are, absolutely. The people who are going crazy, burning down their cities and eating people, the cannibals, yeah, they're bad people. But the people of Haiti, not necessarily bad people. I'm sure that there are Haitians who have a legitimate fear for their life, and that's why they want to be refugees. And sadly, because we have such an abysmal leadership that allowed this to get this bad and has allowed the open door policy so long and in such a horrible manner, we can't take them immediately because we don't know who is who. And we already have enough problems. We already have terrorists that are coming into America to kill Americans. We already have people who've claimed asylum, like the murderer of Laken Riley, who come into America, commit crimes, and kill American citizens. We can't just open the door and take in the people of Haiti. We can't. Not if we want to protect American citizens. So, you'll say, Mike, but that's not nice. No, it's not. I agree with you. It's not nice. It's harsh. It is harsh, but it is also real. There is a real threat to America. There is a real and present threat to our economy, our national security, the safety of our American citizens, and our priority isn't to take care of the people of Haiti. Our priority is to take care of the American people. So first things first, let's get the Americans out of Haiti. Just like I want the Americans back from Afghanistan. I want to get the Americans from Ukraine. I want to get the Americans from the Sudan. I damn sure want to get the Americans held hostage by Hamas out of Gaza. Let's do that first. Then ask me about humanitarian aid. After we get our people back home and we get our people back safe, then ask me about how much aid that we can give them. Oh, they need $100 billion in Haiti. I don't care. I need 45,000 Americans. They want $160 billion to help Haiti. I want 45,000 Americans healthy and home. Period. How about that? Give me the people first, then we'll see if we've got money left over to help you. Because America is a very generous nation. In fact, America is so generous, we are more generous than the GDP of many countries around the world. America privately gives away more money than a good number of countries, at least the bottom 20 countries in the world. We're incredibly generous. There is no nation in the world that is more giving and generous than the United States. That's a fact. No one privately gives more than the United States in the world. Period. We will help Haiti. Just give us our civilians back. These are civilians, by the way. Again, I need to emphasize this because nowadays people don't seem to remember. These are civilians that are being trapped in Haiti. Those are civilians in the Sudan, in the Ukraine, in Afghanistan, in Gaza right now. These are civilians. This isn't the military. These aren't people fighting wars. Some of these people were going to have concerts. They're sitting in a hotel on vacation. Some people who've decided to retire. There are missionaries, people who are just trying to help. I mean, I wish to say that the Clinton Foundation actually fixed all the problems in Haiti. It didn't. Probably because they were only spending 20 cents out of every dollar donated towards Haiti on the Haitians. They spent 80 cents on every dollar on Hillary, on Bill, and their daughter Chelsea. They got 80 cents on the dollar of every donation given to the Clinton Foundation in terms to help out Haiti. That's a fact. Yet again, another fact. Feelings, I don't care. You may love the Clintons. You may think they are wonderful people. But their foundation, which paid them handsomely, did not help the Haitian people. That's just a fact. It's indisputable. It's not, ooh, this is how I feel. Your feelings will not make that donation go up. They gave them 20 cents on the dollar. They took 80 cents on the dollar. That is the facts of the situation. It's just reality. It's a conversation with the American people. It's being honest with you, which the mainstream news media doesn't want to do. They don't want to be honest with you. They don't want you to think about this. They don't want you to consider the consequences. They want you to vote Democrat, which is why they're more than willing to say, hey, but Joe Biden sent a plane to get the Americans home. Yeah, 300. There's still 15,000 that are there. What about them? What is he doing about them? He's going to give them $168 million because he wants to give them humanitarian aid. He's so generous. He's so generous he doesn't want to get any of the people. How about we give them $100 million, spend $60 million, and get the 45,000 Americans out of Haiti? There's a deal. Haitians get to get money. Americans get to get home. Isn't that worthwhile? Does anyone have a dispute with my suggestion right there? Does anyone think that's not a good idea? That how about instead of giving them $168 million, which is one of the numbers that I saw tossed around, instead of giving them that much money, how about we give them $100 million to help Haiti figure out the problems in Haiti? And how about we take the other $68 million and use that to get the 45,000 Americans that are probably on Haitian island and get them home? How about that? I don't think it's a problem to spend $1 million per American to get them home in a government that is trying to spend $7.3 trillion. We're talking about less than 0.1% of the national budget. Less than 1% of the national budget is getting, if we spent $1 million per American to get them home. I think that's a fair deal. I don't see anyone in the Democrat or Republican Party or the Libertarians, the Green Party, well, maybe the Green and the Socialist parties, they might be upset. But Republicans, Democrats, and Libertarians would all agree, sure, if we're going to spend the money anyway, how about we spend it on something that actually helps the American people? Does anyone disagree with me on that? Does anyone think that I am wrong about that idea? Because you're not hearing that offered by any other member of the American press or the news media. No one is willing to say this to you. No one is willing to say, how about that compromise? Which I think is a very small compromise to make. I think it's a very easy deal. I think anyone would take that. So why aren't we doing it? Why isn't Joe Biden doing that right now? Why is he letting Americans suffer across the world, multiple nations? And let's think about this for a second. Because if we think about this, we have to understand every nation in the world is watching what Joe Biden is doing. They saw us run away from the Taliban and leave our people to be tortured. They saw us leave Joe Biden went on NBC February of 2022 and told the world he's going to leave American children into Ukraine as the war starts. And they'll just figure their own way home. Last year in the Sudan, the Biden administration got 300 people home, exactly what he's doing here in Haiti. He got 300 people home and said to everyone else, figure a way out. That's 15,000 Americans. The world watched it happen. And then American news media stopped talking about the Sudan exactly May 3rd, 2023. And they haven't talked about it again since because it might affect the election. So they stopped talking about it. The people didn't get home. No one's home safer. They just stopped talking about it. It blows my mind. It really does, folks. Because they don't want to talk about this. And the world, our allies are seeing this over and over and over again. And how much confidence can Japan have that even with the U.S.-Japan Treaty of 1960, how much confidence can they have that America is going to live up to the treaty and protect Japan if we're not helping 15,000 Americans in Haiti or in the Sudan? We're not even going to get the 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. That we're not even helping the 22 Americans in Gaza. And we're supposed to help them fight against China? Come on, Gaza, Hezbollah, Hamas, what do they got? 5,000, 10,000? They don't even have 100,000 soldiers. We know this for a fact. They got what, 10, 20,000 soldiers maximum? So you're telling me that we can't get back 22 Americans held by 20,000 soldiers. This is the largest, most powerful military in the world. And China is supposed to be afraid of us? China is supposed to be afraid of taking out Japan because of America, who's afraid of Hamas and Hezbollah? Oh my God, no. So this is why Japan is building their own army. The first time since 1945, because they don't trust Joe Biden, because he keeps leaving people everywhere in the world. And there is no country in the world that Americans are safe in. There is no way that Americans can be confident that the embassy is going to be open tomorrow anywhere in the world, because Joe Biden doesn't care. Joe Biden doesn't care. If he did, we'd be getting people home from Haiti right now. We'd have already been getting, no, he got embassy workers out. He was evacuating people from embassy, but he didn't protect the American people. Joe Biden doesn't care. He only cares about what will get him votes in the election. That's just a fact. And by the way, people will say, Mike, but you're exaggerating this. No, I'm not. This is the news, and here it is. This is CBS News. U.S. government charter flight to evacuate Americans from Haiti as hunger soars. There are a lot of desperate people there. This is from, again, this is CBS News. That's today. The U.S. government said on Saturday, it was Saturday night to be exact, that it is arranging a charter flight from Haiti to the U.S. for those with valid passports. A charter flight. 300 people. One. There are thousands of Americans in Haiti. Joe Biden is going to get one plane, 300 people. You think I'm making this up? It sounds like something that, oh, well, that's just because you're a Republican. No, again, this is CBS News telling you this. Does anyone dispute that CBS News is a credible international news agency and that they are quoting the United States government itself about its actions? This is coming from the State Department. So tell me, how am I wrong for telling you what the news media doesn't want you to think about? They don't want to mention this. Not once in this article do they even suggest how many Americans are on the island. They will tell you that there are 4,000 inmates from 2 different prisons that are running rampant in Haiti right now. Some of them trying to hide themselves as refugees trying to come into the United States, in particular New York City and into Florida. That's happening right now, but they will not mention, not once in this entire article from CBS, will they mention how many Americans are in Haiti right now. Again, the last credible source that I could find was the New York Times talking about 2010, and there were 45,000 there. I am assuming I will downgrade that number from 45,000 to 15, saying that 66% of Americans got out of Haiti. That's still 15,000, and they're sending one single flight. Just one. Joe Biden doesn't care about you. And anyone who thinks he does isn't paying attention to the reality there. Hey, Happy Life. I'm sorry, I missed you for a moment there. Happy Life says, wow, I don't get any notifications on this channel. It pisses him off. Yes, I know. Again, folks, this is why I ask you to like, share, and subscribe, because YouTube doesn't want you to have this conversation. They will not send you out notifications. They will not tell you that I am live. They don't want you to see this. And you can see why. Because you might change your vote if you know the truth. If you could see the consequences of the policies, you might change your vote. And that's a problem. You might ask politicians to be held accountable, to make them work for the positions they're in, to make them live up to their oath to serve you, not the other way around. They serve you, the senators, the members of Congress, president, doesn't matter. They are all in place to serve you, not the other way around. But they don't want you to think about that. They don't want to have to be accountable to you. They want you to be accountable to them. They want you to obey them. I'm sorry. No, especially when we have things like you're sending a plane to get 15,000 people when you could get them all tomorrow. Just insane. It is literally insane. By the way, and you say, but Mike, you're not being fair. Okay, let me be fair. Let me show you. This is from the Washington Examiner. U.S. Rescue, nonprofit preparing to save Americans. Private American citizens have to go and get Americans because the United States government won't do it. I want you to understand that. That's how good we are. Not only we're generous, when the government will not do its job, which is to save American citizens, American private citizens are doing it instead. Project Dynamo has gone to Afghanistan, Ukraine, Russia, Sudan, Israel, Gaza, Maui, and saved American lives. They're currently in Haiti saving American lives. Between Project Dynamo and Republican Congressman Corey Mills, that's 40 Americans have been saved. That is 1,000%. It's 100% more Americans have been saved by Congressman Corey Mills out of Florida and Project Dynamo than the entire Biden administration. And the Biden administration has $7 trillion to spend. $7 trillion, and they can't get anyone home. Individual Americans have gotten 40 Americans home. Which one should you trust? Which one do you think deserves to be in elected office? But people want to spend their time telling me, Mike, you're an ist, you're a phobe, you're so mean, you're so cruel. Yeah, I'm so cruel that I want to actually get Americans home before I help other people. That I want to live up to the expectations, the requirement of government. Okay, fine, fair enough. Okay, folks. Wow, we got a lot of people. We have a lot of people watching the show today. I'm very happy about that. And again, everyone is welcome to call in. Everyone is welcome to leave a comment on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, wherever you're watching it, in Rumble. Leave me your comment. I'm happy to hear. If you disagree, and we've seen earlier in the show, There was Democrat Mike who was disagreeing. Fantastic. We'll have the conversation. But I guarantee you, if you're going to tell me about how you feel, you can. I will also tell you that I don't care. Because you don't care how I feel. I don't care how you feel. That's not important to fixing the problem. Our feelings don't fix problems. I know modern media, the propaganda that is out there, Biden's entire election push is about, but feelings, which isn't helping anyone. Feelings aren't getting Americans home from Haiti, from Hamas, from Afghanistan, or anywhere else in the world. No one is being fed because of feelings. Feelings don't matter. Just don't. Okay. Dow says, every time a private American group performs a function under the federal government's purview, the total cost of that operation should be refunded to the taxpayer. Well, I like that. Yeah, Project Dynamo, because they're getting Americans home and the American government isn't, well, then we should be giving them money. See, if we were to spend $7.3 trillion, I'd rather see that money actually be used for something effective. But right now, the Biden administration is too busy trying to explain to you that Haiti isn't important. Climate change is. Do you remember that? Do you remember since 2019, Joe Biden has been saying climate change is the most important issue in America. It's the most important issue in the world. I think getting the people in Haiti would have a different opinion. The Americans being tortured in Gaza have a different opinion. The Americans in Afghanistan or in the Ukraine, let's point to countries around the world, they all have different opinions. They don't think climate change is the biggest issue in the world. But Joe Biden does. And so Joe Biden is more concerned and is doing more. He's spending more money on climate change than he is on getting any single American safe. This means that if it were down to it, the Biden administration would leave you for dead rather than help you. And we've seen him do this. Think about Brittany Griner. He got her because she's black, an entertainer, and a lesbian. That's why he saved her, for those three reasons. Because the Americans being held by the Russian government, he left them. They're still in jail right now. They're still rotting. The American former Marine who is in Russian jail right now, rotting away, proclaims and has always declared that he is innocent. Brittany Griner admitted she was guilty. So there's no question. Brittany Griner was properly arrested, she was properly tried, and she was properly sentenced to go to prison because she committed a crime. And she admits she committed a crime. Period. Full stop. And the Biden administration, because of politics, saved her. He didn't save the Marine who says, I'm innocent. Because that's a white Marine. He's a man. I don't know if he's straight or not, but I know he's a man and he's a Marine and he's in jail. He also declares himself innocent. But if you're guilty, you're lesbian, you're black, and you are an entertainer, well then Joe Biden moved heaven and earth to get her. And guess what? If the average person who is watching this right now, you are not an entertainer and you're not rich and powerful. So Joe Biden is less likely to save you. Hang on a second. I got a comment coming in. So I'm being told by Dow that, to let you know, YouTube chat servers are popping notice in chat that their chat servers are having trouble staying connected. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. So YouTube is blocking the chat. So this live stream that goes out every week, we've never had a problem with the chat before. Suddenly today, as I'm talking about Haiti, as I am showing you the evidence that Joe Biden doesn't care about American citizens again, when I am showing you the evidence of the economy being destroyed by Bidenomics, when I am showing you how they are trying to endanger lives with these Hezbollah coming through these open borders, and how Tyson Foods wants to employ these very same criminals, the fact that I'm having this conversation with you today, now YouTube wants to block your comments. No wonder there's so few people who are commenting right now, because I'm not blocking anyone. I don't block comments. I don't want to block anyone. You know, as long as you're not breaking the law, I want to hear your voice, even if you disagree with me. Again, I say, you know, if you want to tell me I'm old, yes, I am. If you're going to say, oh, well, you know, you're ugly, I don't care what you think. I don't care if you like the way I look or don't look. That's not important to me. As you can hear, that is my puppy, though. Okay. Well, Dal, thank you for making me aware of that. I was not aware, but I was wondering why there were so few comments considering how many people are watching the program today. All right. So what I'm going to do at this moment is we're going to take a quick break. We've been on for 2.5 hours. Fantastic. I need to take about 45 minutes. So it's, we're talking 3:15. So about 3:15, we're going to be right back because my little puppy, as you can hear, come here. Come here. All right. As you can hear, this little guy, yes, I love you too. I know. He's telling us that I got to step out for about 45 minutes. So I'm going to go 45 minutes, then we will be right back. We will finish up. We're going to talk a little bit more about Trump, the bloodbath. We're going to talk a little bit more about the U.S. economy. There's some information I wanted to cover with you guys. Where was it? About Aaron Rodgers and RFK. That's right. I didn't get to RFK yet. Or I didn't talk about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has had the biggest flip-flop in politics. It is amazing what she's done now. I want to talk about all of that. I'm going to do that as soon as we get back, 3:15, when I am back with everyone here. But until that time, I want you to have this. Nope, wrong one. Wrong one. There it is.
About immigration. And immigration is an important thing, especially we're talking right after July 4th. So immigration really matters for America. We're a nation of immigrants for the most part. And we have millions of people. We have a line that is millions of people deep. Every year, over 1 million people try to come to America and or come into America in the hopes of one day becoming American citizens. We currently have, your estimates can be anywhere from 11 to 22 million people who are illegally in the United States at this moment. They don't intend to become citizens. They are, by definition, by law, illegal aliens. They are not immigrants. They're not here to immigrate. They are illegal. They have broken the law. The law they broke is immigration law. They came into the United States without any documentation. This is something that I'm saying, and I have to emphasize because it seems that the 2020 Democratic candidates for president, as well as many of the Democrats in the party, the Democratic Socialists, the progressives like Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, or otherwise known as PLOT, Citizen Action, Indivisible New York, essentially the fringe far left of America, seem to have no idea that being an illegal alien, having broken the law, willfully breaking the law of the United States, makes you an illegal alien. They think somehow that's immigration. It's not. It's not even close to being the same thing. But they say that. And they've been forcing this. They've been trying to find ways. They've been literally encouraging people to break the law at every step. And we know this because we've seen this here in just looking at California, which is a sanctuary city, with Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. And we're looking at an article from the New York Times. This article, for those who are listening in, it's when it comes to the census, the damage among immigrants is already done. This came out on June 27th of 2019. And of interest of this is that in the article, it goes on to say, quote, critics have accused the administration, meaning the White House under President Trump, of attempting to use the question on the census of American citizenship to discourage immigrant communities from participating in the census. Let's stop right there. They're not discouraging immigrant communities. They're discouraging illegal aliens. Okay? And that's a big difference. And that's a big difference. They're discouraging illegal aliens. And they should, because they've broken the law. And they shouldn't be rewarded. But you have to ask yourself, why are people like Gavin Newsom encouraging illegal aliens not to take the census? To take the census, to be counted along with citizens in California. And we hear Governor Cuomo and many others who are also encouraging illegal aliens to be counted in the census, even though they're not citizens. Because it's about money and power. Because if you count them, then that means you get more federal taxpayer money to your state. It means that you're able to have more power in Congress. There are 53 members of Congress in the state of California because of the population. How many people would they lose? How many members of Congress would they lose? And how much power would they lose if you didn't count illegal aliens? And California is the number one location of illegal aliens in the United States. New York is number 2. So imagine if they lose 1 million people. How many would be what? 3, maybe 4 members of Congress that they would lose? Votes that they would not be able to make, laws they would not be able to enact because they no longer had citizens counting to benefit them. How many tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer money is going to California because they count illegal aliens? Individuals who are not benefiting the nation and are getting a reward because they're being counted. In New York State, it gets even worse. Because not only New York State, which is already losing population because of the bad policies enacted by Governor Cuomo, but it gets even worse when you look at it, because New York is already going to lose 2 members of Congress. But how many more would we lose if we counted, again, if you didn't count the illegal aliens? In a state that has roughly 20 million people, how many people? Would it be 1 million? Would it be another 4 members of Congress? Would New York State lose 6 members of Congress? Imagine that. That would mean that New York State would go to 21 members of Congress. And the bluest of bluest states would lose massive power in Congress and the ability to affect laws throughout this nation. It would be huge. And it would lose billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer funds from the federal government. And that's a big deal. And that's one of the reasons that we saw in New York passed a unwelcomed, unliked bill. They gave, it was called the Green Light Bill, and that allowed illegal aliens to be able to get driver's licenses. And it's something that a lot of the county clerks reject. And on screen, people are able to see, this is an article from the Washington Post. The title is, New York will give licenses to undocumented drivers. Some county clerks refuse to comply. Now, I want you to understand something. With the Green Light Bill, what that bill says is that they are willing to give what they call undocumented migrants, which the document missing is any authorization to legally be in the United States. They are illegal aliens. They are criminals who are actively avoiding prosecution by the law. So these are criminals, and they are giving them a reward of a driver's license. By the way, you can't get a job without having a social security number. And the thought is, well, if you give illegal aliens driver's licenses, they'll get insurance, and that will make them safer drivers. Except if they're going to and from work, and that's the reason why they have the driver's license, they can't work without committing fraud of having a social security number. So they've either stolen someone's social security number, or they have created a fake one, and they're using that. So they're committing fraud. So they're in the nation illegally and they're committing fraud to be able to have a job to drive to and from. And then they have to pay insurance. How are they paying insurance? Because insurance is also based on legal citizenship. So they're breaking the law, and any accident they might be in is committing an insurance fraud because the information they're using for that is fraudulent and based on a crime, which is the crime of entering the nation. So by doing what New York State has done, by giving driver's licenses to illegal aliens, they have, in effect, promoted crime. They're aiding and abetting criminals. This is what a sanctuary state does. They selectively pick laws to enforce, and they selectively allow other laws to go unenforced for the benefit of the state, both in terms of taxpayer money and also in terms of their political power. And that's what we're seeing here with New York State. And you have to take this into an understanding. These illegal immigrants, because they have a driver's license in New York State, also created by the single party, Democrats rule New York State. So that Democratic state government, state legislature, also passed the voter reforms that allow, and this allows, that a person with a driver's license can vote. So this is actually, when people talk about collusion and involving foreign nationals in U.S. elections, there is nothing more direct than saying in New York State, as well as many other states, to say you have a driver's license, that driver license automatically registers you to vote. You're an illegal alien, a foreign national who is not supposed to be in our nation, and you can go vote, and we may or may not catch that after the fact, and you can influence elections from the presidential to Congress to local elections. Is that fair? It's definitely not legal. It is a problem. And yet we see our governor in New York, Governor Andrew Cuomo, has done this. And there are assembly members who passed this. And there are members of the state Senate who passed this. They were all Democrats that voted for this. One of them being Assemblywoman Donna Lupardo. And I will have Assemblywoman Donna Lupardo on. She was expected to be on July 9th. She has since canceled that interview. And we are looking forward to having that interview with Assemblywoman Donna Lupardo as soon as possible because we're going to ask her why she voted for giving illegal aliens driver's licenses, which will allow them to vote in U.S. elections illegally. And this was something that in both April and June of 2019, polls stated about 60%, 50-60% of New Yorkers opposed doing this. So this violated the will of the public. Actively did not do her job of representing the public and voted against their will and their interests. And I don't know why. But this is important because this is all building, and I'm building here, and I want you to follow me. Because if you notice, we see that sanctuary states like California are actively trying to make sure people think of illegal aliens as immigrants, that they are actively trying to get them in the census so that benefits them. We see states like New York State that are actively giving driver's licenses as a reward to illegal aliens. Now, you say to yourself, well, why would they do all of that? Why would they do this? Because, quite simply, this is a benefit. This helps them. This is something they want to see happen. And it's going to help, they believe, their efforts in elections. So, and that kind of leads us to the next part of this puzzle that I'm putting together to you about immigration and how this is affecting our nation. Excuse me 1 second. Screen's going crazy. There we go. And that brings us to the next piece of this. So let's see Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, as in reported by The Hill. And the article states, quote, the title is, quote, after concentration camp comparison, photographer shares photos of Ocasio-Cortez at the border. And this was published on June 25th of 2019. It didn't get a lot of attention at the time, but let's think about what that's all about. Because back on the 25th, at the same time, Gavin Newsom is trying to find a way to get illegal aliens counted in the census. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, much like with Colin Kaepernick, is accusing the United States of being a concentration camp, of being Nazis, of having detainees at ICE centers being compared to the Nazi concentration camps, which is false. It's not even close. It's not even close. But you know what's the thing that's most aggravating about that? The thing that can really piss people off is that when you actually look at the photos and what she was doing to manipulate the emotions of the public, to make people think that there really is some kind of issue going on here, an issue that's bigger and worse in her mind than it actually is. Look at the photos. And again, this is in The Hill. It's been published. You've probably seen it on Facebook. You've probably seen it on all kinds of social media. The images that you can see, and they're on the screen right now for those who are looking at the video, that's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez looking like she's deeply troubled, staring at a parking lot, an empty parking lot. She's trying to say, so the image that you mostly would see would probably be the one on the left at the top, and on the bottom at the right is the one where she's crying and outraged. And in fact, she put out a tweet about this saying, in part, and this is from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's Twitter account, the official, her official Twitter account, I'll never forget this, because it was the moment that I saw with my own eyes that the America I love was becoming a nation that steals refugee children from their parents and cages them. Wait a minute, let's stop for a second. She's looking at a parking lot. She's looking at a parking lot, and she's trying to tell people that somehow this empty parking lot is somehow separating children. That this is the way that she wants to manipulate you. So let's put some of these pieces together for a second. So we have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, and many other democratic socialists and progressives that are out there saying that America's an evil, terrible place. That our flag reminds them of racism, like with Colin Kaepernick, even though the people who actually created that flag were Quakers and were fighting against slavery. And they're completely ignoring people like Frederick Douglass in 1852. They're completely ignoring people like Jesse Owens in 1936, standing up and fighting for freedom, fighting for America, and fighting against actual Nazis. They're ignoring that completely to try and give you this other message to make you think something is wrong, that America is somehow evil, and that illegal aliens are somehow actual immigrants, and that even though they've broken the law, absolutely broken the law, that we should ignore that and give them a reward of both citizenship, taxpayer-funded facilities like medicine and healthcare, and education in our school systems, and driver's licenses, so that they can go to jobs where they must commit even more fraud and even more crimes to have that job. And this is a problem. This is a problem. Do you see the problem that's here? But it gets worse. Because it gets worse. Because they try and tell you, and I'm sure you've seen many, many articles of late in the last month that have been talking about, well, there have been kids who've been killed on the border. You had three children that were, and a mother who were dead on the border of El Paso in Texas. We had a man and a young child that were dead in the water at one of the border crossings. Okay, and they're telling you, oh my God, this is epic. This is epidemic levels of kinds of loss. And the actual reality is, if you actually look it up, which I have, and if you look at the list of deaths in ICE custody, and this comes directly from ICE, and this is from the period of October 1st, 2003, which is right after ICE was created, until June 5th of 2017. Well, you see some very interesting things. Because a lot of the recent deaths that are being attributed to ICE, people being in ICE custody, were for old age, were for people with cancer, for people who had AIDS, and for people who committed suicide. So you're not seeing a lot of problems where someone was abused. In fact, you're not seeing cases of abuse. You're not seeing cases where people were starved to death, that they died because they failed to get medical treatment. You see people with terminal illnesses that are coming from countries like Venezuela and Honduras, and they're entering America illegally, Guatemala. And they're entering the United States illegally, and they're dying because the trip that they're making, some 2,500 miles to go to California. Mind you, they could go 1,500 miles to ports in Texas and be entering the United States and make a claim for asylum legally. And they could do that, and it would save them over 1,000 miles in their travels. But instead, they're going to California, which is a state that is welcoming and has a virtual no border mentality from their governor, where they're welcoming and inviting these people to come into their state. And that's why they're going an extra 1,000 miles. But remember, if you're coming from Venezuela, if you're coming from Honduras, if you're coming from Guatemala with a child, you have no food that you're carrying. Look at the caravans. We've seen them, 15,000 people at a time, many of them with children. And what do you see? There's no backpacks. They have no supplies. They're traveling without water or food. They're traveling 1,500, 2,500, 2,700 miles to come into America, traveling through several countries and open land with no defenses. They don't have clothing. They don't have shelter. They don't have food. They're doing this to children. They're taking children on this trip. If you or I in America tried to take our kid half a mile down the road to the store, and that kid didn't get enough food, if his clothes weren't correct, if he didn't get a bath, guess what? You know what would happen. You'd be up on charges of child abuse. This is what's being promoted. They're encouraging people to come to California, to come to New York State, to sanctuary states, dragging children along with them, abusing those children. That's what it is. It's abuse. Because those kids have no food. They have no guarantee of food, water, or shelter. And even if they were to make it into America, which is not guaranteed, they have no promise of food, water, or shelter unless they get caught by ICE officials. And then America tries to take care of them as the best they can. And as we have reported many times, we're seeing that because these nations and these travels are so dangerous, people are coming into America without immunizations. And we see that 6,500 cases, according to the CDC, 6,500 cases of measles has broken out in Venezuela. And we see mumps and measles, 10,000 new cases just in the past year have come in Brazil. And we're seeing South America be affected by this. And all across the southern borders, we're seeing increases of these kinds of diseases that are now entering into the United States. And suddenly we're having a rash of cases where illegal immigrants, where we've seen that they have been isolated in over 35 detention centers because of diseases, communicable diseases that they have to protect the rest of the American public. About 900 individuals, if I remember that correctly. And we're trying to protect America from these diseases of individuals who are coming across our borders. And then people are screaming, well, ICE is so bad because people are dying. And they're not dying. And these aren't unknown numbers. We've seen this happen before under President Obama in 2009, 2011, 2012. Again, we have the data. It's here. And these numbers are down from 2003, 2004, 2005. But we have it. And look at the natural causes that I have on the screen. Now, the causes of death on the screen. We have people who were born in 1989, 1976, 1969, 1967, 1965. We have individuals who are in their 50s and 60s who have traveled on foot thousands of miles without food, water, or shelter, or proper amounts of food, water, and shelter. And they're dying. They're dying from natural causes. They're dying from complications of pulmonary tuberculosis. They're dying from hypertensive cardiovascular disease. That's a heart attack. They're dying from sudden cardiac death. That's a heart attack. They're committing suicide. They're dying from rabies. I mean, this is what we see here. And these are things, and this is in 2013, the cases that I'm speaking about right now. 2013, we had individuals that were dying from Mexico and Canada, Jamaica, Antigua, Mozambique, Honduras, Guatemala. And the guy he was born in 1985, died of rabies in 2013 in an ICE detention center. Rabies? When was the last time you heard of an American dying from rabies? Which tells you what we're really dealing with here. This is the real problem. And we see that even if we were to look currently, in April 2018, there are a couple of people who have had, and ICE has to report this, and they are reporting this information. The U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, that's ICE, do report the deaths of detainees. But this isn't some kind of massive outbreak. We're not talking about hundreds of thousands of people as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Gavin Newsom and Governor Cuomo, that they would make you want to believe. That's not what's happening. Individuals, yeah, some of them do die. And given the fact that they're dying from heart attacks at 50, 60, 70, I've seen another individual that was 80 years old after traveling 2,500 miles without food, water, or clothing. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But that brings us back to the question, why would anyone, 50, 60, 70-year-old people, we're not talking about athletes and sports, we're talking about just regular people. You would imagine if you had to go 2,500 miles over open, rough terrain without guarantee of food, water, clothing, or shelter. And after the end of 2,500 miles, you then go through a desert, which is most of the southern border of the United States, and go through that scrub brush to finally run into an ICE officer who then takes you to a detainee center where you can get medical aid. Do you think you might have some heart issues, that you might have some medical issues, you might have some malnourishment, you think you might die because you'd be weak? Because that's what's happening. And that's grown adults. Amazingly, we're not seeing more children die while going through this very same process. But they say this to make you wonder. And now it gets really bad. Okay, so we understand they're inviting the illegal aliens into the nation to commit crimes, which is what they're doing. They're aiding and abetting them in doing this. And then they're turning around and saying, well, because we've invited them into America with the promise of taxpayer-funded food, clothing, jobs, the ability to vote, to get medical aid, the problem is on America. Well, America's bad because we're saying you got to follow the laws, and that anyone who doesn't agree with that is evil. And it's gotten so bad that we saw that Cory Booker, Senator Cory Booker, who is running for president, he's an individual who, just like Colin Kaepernick, has decided that America is just a bad nation, that we don't know how to take care of people, that we're somehow oppressive. Cory Booker decides that he's going to go out and he's going to break the law. And he did. Cory Booker went into Mexico. He is a United States senator, and he went into a foreign nation, Mexico, and he took with him several, they call them migrants, but quite honestly, illegal aliens who had already been kicked out of America because they were illegally in the United States. And he took several of them, 5 women, as it reported by Newsweek on July 4th, that on July 4th, the celebration of our nation, Cory Booker broke the law by going into Mexico, finding individuals, and taking them into America, not to a detention center, but to other facilities. So he literally brought in people who did not have a legal right to be in America and brought them across the border and deposited them with pro-illegal immigration organizations so that they could be in America, and taught them how to make claims of asylum. And we know that they were being taught to do this because we see another example, which comes from the Washington Examiner. And that is, in this article, Democratic Congresswoman secretly sending her staff, into Mexico to coach asylum seekers. That was on July 5th. And that happened to be members of the staff for Representative, what's her name? Elizabeth, I want to get her name right, Veronica Escobar, who happens to be in the district that used to be for Robert Beto O'Rourke, the fake Hispanic. So we see Democrats are actively, so it's not enough that illegal aliens are coming into the nation because they've been invited. We see members who are running for Congress, not only running for Congress, but running for the presidency, are actively going out and grabbing people, teaching them how to circumvent the law and allowing them to break the law in the United States. Now, this is the state of immigration in America today. And if you have not been terrified by this, I don't know what will. I am terrified. This is not what the 4th of July is about. This is not what America is about. We're not a nation of broken rules and chaos. We're not a nation where people who are looking to be elected and to maintain political power get to pick and choose what laws they want to find. You don't get to have a sanctuary city and say, well, we're going to follow this law, but not that law. By the way, give us your taxpayer money. And let us have our political power to try and change laws the way we want them to. It doesn't matter what the public wants. It doesn't matter what is the law or why there's a law. We just want to do that. And you should let us. Because that's what California, Washington with Governor Inslee, New York State with Governor Cuomo, that's what we're seeing right now, is the government of these states are telling the people, you're going to deal with this, that we're going to selectively pick groups of people, and we're going to place those groups of people who are illegal. They are criminals, unrepentant criminals. They're not turning themselves in. They're not allowing themselves to get deported. They are actively, willfully breaking the law, and they are more important than the citizens. And you can say that because the green light bill, New York driver's licenses for illegal aliens, is a thing. And because they are fighting, New York State, California, they're fighting against not counting these people in the census because it maintains power and money. And then they turn around and go, well, why is everyone upset? Oh, it's because Republicans are so evil, because conservatives are so evil. How about the rule of law? Let me ask you something. If an illegal alien knows that states like California, New York, will break the law for them, and they know that they will allow them, even if they commit crimes, to stay in the nation, that they will not turn them over. The New York driver's license law actively states 3 times in the bill that it will not share that information, the illegal status of this individual, with the federal government, as is required by law, which is why the county clerks are rejecting it. And you got to say to yourself, well, if they know that, why would they follow any other law? Because the only answer they're going to say is, well, I'm an illegal alien, so it's okay. Because you want me here. Because you want my vote. You want my body so that you can get more taxpayer money from everyone else in America. That's the trade-off. that these illegal aliens get to continue to break the law and get rewarded with health care and jobs and driver's licenses, things that they're not supposed to have. And they're going to get rewarded for that because they provide those Democrats, those progressives, those democratic socialists like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the power and the money that they want. And for all of that, they're going to exchange it, and they turn around to you and say, and if you don't like it, you're a racist. You are the problem. If you follow the law, if you believe that states and cities should follow the law, if you don't think your taxpayer dollars should fund and encourage individuals to break the law selectively, then you are the racist. It's your fault. You're the problem. I don't agree with that. I think it's ridiculous. And I don't think anyone's really broken it down and put together, these are the things that are happening. No. That's not what you're hearing about when you hear about all of this in government. What you hear instead is Colin Kaepernick saying that you're just some kind of racist. And that Nike celebrating the United States on the 4th of July, well, that means you're a racist. As opposed to back in August 9th of 1936, when Jesse Owens was proud to be an American and was actually fighting Nazis and fighting the oppression that Colin Kaepernick has never had in his life. It doesn't even exist anymore. The level of oppression that may have existed in 1936 doesn't exist anymore today. It doesn't. The fight against racism was won. More than anything else, it's been won. We've improved at every metric. Can it be better? Absolutely. But we've improved it. It is better. No one in 2019 is receiving the kind of oppression that Jesse Owens did in 1936. And yet we have less people who are appreciative of the nation that we have. And we have more people who are willing to go out there and, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and abuse our nation and tell us how evil we are for being able to have the money and the quality of life that makes 11 to 22 million, 25 million illegal aliens come into our nation every year, or to stay in our nation every year. You know, I think I saw this, there was a funny caption that I saw the other day, and it said, you know, if the detention centers were actually concentration camps, which they're not, as I've shown you with the ICE data itself. They're not even close. But if they were, this would be the only nation in the world where people have actually broken into, they are actively breaking the law to get into those detention centers. It's first time in the world. So there you go. That should tell you something about how great America is and how off people like the Democratic Socialists, the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, the Citizen Action, the Indivisible New York, how wrong they are, because they don't seem to get it. That people are breaking into this nation, breaking the law to get into these detention centers that they want to make people believe and feel emotionally like they're concentration camps when they're not. And members of Auschwitz know that, survivors of Auschwitz, excuse me. And why the government of Poland asked Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to go to Poland to see the concentration camps so that she would actually understand what the difference is. And she, of course, said no. But what does that all lead up to? What does this all bring us to? What is the end result of all of this? Of watching sanctuary states invite illegal aliens to break our law, to selectively pick and choose which laws they're going to have, to demand that you, the taxpayer, pay for them breaking the law, for giving rewards like driver's licenses and jobs to illegal aliens. What is the end result? The end result is that we get to see the polling, and we get to see which candidates are winning and losing in the elections. And at the moment, we see that people like Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, they're winning. We've seen that Joe Biden has gone from a commanding lead with he was ahead by 15 points.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for being back with us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Valls, the political dragon here in our offices in New York, in the Bronx. It is March 17th, approximately 5:30. I am back, and I'm happy to be here with you. We were just listening to a conversation I was having back in 2019 about immigration. It was an election year. We were talking about how much money illegal aliens get, how much money Democrats, socialists, that they generate off of this issue of illegal immigration. And I am reminded, as I was talking about just in 2019, if we are breaking the laws, if New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, California, when we see cities and states around this nation, Seattle, Portland, when they're breaking the law, picking and choosing what is a law that they will follow and which one isn't, well, then are we surprised when the illegal aliens say there are no laws, there are no consequences, and they can do whatever they want, which is why we get to see these 11 illegal immigrants that beat up on police officers at 42nd Street in New York in the middle of the day. How we get an illegal alien that kills Laken Riley at a university because she was out jogging. How we get to see that, as we were talking about earlier in the program today, Hezbollah, members of Hezbollah are trying to enter the United States to blow up New York. I know. For people who are just joining us, Dennis, thank you for being part of the audience with us today. Joanne, thank you for joining in. I'm glad to see you're here. User has been banned. You caught up with us. I'm glad to see you. Straight chillaxing. I know you're listening to this at 2 times speed. Slow it down. I'm not going anywhere. You can listen to it later tonight, the parts that you missed, and we'll catch right back up. But for people who did miss this earlier, I do want to show you what I'm talking about here. And here it is. So what you missed earlier in the show, we were talking about this news that was breaking today. And as far as I'm aware, no one in the major news media is talking about this. Came out from the New York Post that the United States government, the United States Border Patrol, caught this man, 22 years old. Ebedi is his name. And he was caught. He came to the United States as a member of Hezbollah, and his stated purpose was so that he could go to New York, a sanctuary state, and make a bomb and kill American citizens. He doesn't care about your political preference. He doesn't care about your gender, your color of skin, your religion. He wants to kill Americans, and that's what he came to America for. And he almost got through the open border. 172 similar types of terrorists entered the United States, or attempted to enter the United States, in 2023 alone. And God knows 2024 looks to be the same kind of problem. Already 59 known or suspected terrorists have been caught trying to enter the United States, with about 200,000 people entering the United States illegally each month. How many people like Ebadi here are coming in? How many members of Hamas, of Hezbollah, of the Houthis, of Iran-backed terror are entering America right this second? Because it only takes one person to have a 9/11. That's all it takes. And how many are getting through the cracks? So that's one of the things we were talking about. And part of that problem is They know they can break the law. They know this guy, this terrorist from Hezbollah, knew that if he could get to New York, he was home free. It's a sanctuary state. The laws of the United States do not apply. And just like in 2019, Kathy Hochul will protect him. They will not turn him over to ICE. They will not deport him. Even Mayor Adams in New York City, $5 billion in the hole because he's giving $60,000 a year to illegal aliens, quote unquote, asylum seekers. He's giving our money to them so they can live in 3- and 4-star hotels, so they can have debit cards for food, so that they can live their life, build the bombs that they can then use to attack us. This is insane. Are we surprised that we are seeing an increase in the number of illegal aliens, in the number of people who are quote unquote asylum seekers and terrorists entering the United States? They have endangered our nation. It is insane. So I wanted you to see, this has been a long-term plan. Most of the mainstream news media will never go back. They don't want you to think about what happened in the past, what happened in the last election, what happened 3 months ago, 6 months ago. They don't want you to think or have this conversation because you might not vote the way they want you to vote. You may not go down the path they have fortified for you, telling you, oh, you have to go and vote for Joe Biden because Orange Man bad. They won't let you even talk about RFKJr. They won't let you talk about libertarians or any other candidate. Nope, your only choice is you have to pick Joe Biden. He may bumble, he may fall on a flat stage. He's opened the borders. Kamala Harris has failed, unequivocally failed. It is undeniable that she failed as her job as the southern border czar, the immigration czar. She was supposed to stop illegal immigration or to lower illegal immigration. Instead, it has exploded exponentially, as have the number of terrorists entering America. It's because Governor Gavin Newsom out in California. It's because of the mayors of Chicago, of Boston, of Baltimore, because of Mayor Adams and Governor Hochul. That's why we are in danger right now at home. Forget about being overseas. I know everyone now wants to talk about Haiti. What about the problem right here? We can't even get our Americans home from Haiti, as we were talking about before the break. This is insane. Straight Chillaxin says, I didn't know you were a stockbroker for 10 years. Yes. Pretty cool. I'm still way behind. Don't worry, you'll catch up. No problem. I am. If you don't get to say it live, I look at the comments as well. I'll be more than happy to answer the comments there as well. And if there's something else you want to talk about, please bring it up in the comments, or you can call into the program, 929-715-8569. I'm always happy to hear those voices. Whether you agree or disagree, that's perfectly fine. If you want to tell me your feelings, I'll hear it, but I don't care. I'm just being honest, because progressives don't care about my feelings. They don't care about your feelings. Joe Biden doesn't care about your feelings. He cares about your vote. He wants your donation and your vote. He doesn't care about how you feel. Let's be honest. So, but you can share your feelings if you want to. Just don't expect me to suddenly adopt your feelings. I have my own. And I don't expect you to have my feelings. You're going to have your own. You're a human being. You're an individual. You make choices. No matter what country you're in, you are an individual. You have agency. Your feelings are yours. And I don't want you to take mine and copy them. You're a human being with your own circumstances. Have your own feelings, whatever they may be, whether they agree or disagree with me. It's that simple. But let's go on. User has been banned says, I wish they would have given me $60,000. I could use it. I just lost my house and 98% of everything I own. Trust me, I could use $60,000. I would just invest it. Well, $55K of it. The other $5K I would use for a homemade battery backup and solar panels. Those aren't bad choices, and I'm perfectly happy with you having them. You know what? There's a lot of things Americans would do. Now, mind you, I don't believe in UBI, Universal Basic Income, because it doesn't work. It doesn't work anywhere in the world. In fact, we did cover this, I think it was in January, that the biggest experiment of UBI in the world is happening in Kenya. It's been going on for about 9 years now. It is funded by two students out of MIT and the World Economic Forum, the WEF. And the fact is, UBI doesn't help anyone. It doesn't raise anyone out of poverty. That's the study from the left in Kenya. And in fact, if the government of Kenya had to pay for it, 200 villages getting UBI, Universal Basic Income, if they had to pay for it, it would never have happened because it would bankrupt Kenya. But because the money's coming from outside of Kenya, that has improved the entire economy of the country of Kenya. UBI only works if you have someone else's money. If you have to pay for it yourself, it does not work. And even if you get a UBI, it does not lift you out of poverty. It just doesn't work. That's just the facts. Again, these are facts. The study has been done. We've already covered it on this program before. I believe that was in January. We did have Dennis Axtell. Dennis, I want to say hello and thank you for being with the audience. I don't think I've seen your name in the comments before. I thank you for leaving comments today. Let's see. Dennis said that Denver is a sanctuary state right now, Colorado. I guess he means the city of Denver is a sanctuary city and or Colorado is a sanctuary state. I know Denver is a sanctuary city, and it's a problem. And Dennis has mentioned that he's sick and tired of the illegal immigrants, and he wants to see that Joe Biden gets impeached. He's very upset about this because it's happening in Colorado, just like we see what happened in New York and what's happening right now and what's happened in Georgia. It's across the country. This is a major, major problem. So I wanted to start the second half of the show. Sister is back, by the way. My puppy is asleep. He went to sleep now. He got to walk and now he's asleep. Well, he is 13 years old, so I can't blame him for that. Yep. Okay, just looking at some of the comments as they go. Hi, sister.
Hi.
You guys, I don't know if you can hear her, but she's back.
Hi, puppy.
And I wanted to talk about, so we were talking about evacuating the Americans from Haiti, that it takes a private group of citizens to be able to get Americans out of Haiti because the U.S. government is only sending one plane. I hope you're lucky enough, rich enough, more connected enough, if you're stuck in Haiti, to be part of those one plane load of Americans that will be able to evacuate. If you're part of the other 45,000 Americans estimated to be in Haiti, you're out of luck. But that is the Biden administration for you. Here it is, Gaza. I wanted to mention about Gaza. Think about this. We have been told that if Donald Trump gets reelected, we're going into World War III, that this is going to be the end. Mind you, in 2019, they said the same thing, that we're going into war. It's going to be World War III if Donald Trump gets elected. Didn't happen. In 2016, didn't happen. But that's what they're telling us again right now. Meanwhile, the Biden administration has started more conflicts than Donald Trump did. We have a bigger problem in the Middle East than under the Obama administration or under the Trump administration. But you're not supposed to think about that. That he has failed so bad that we are now in the middle of conflicts in Jordan, in Syria, in Israel or Gaza. We have attacks happening to us from Yemen. Think about that. And we're supposed to say, well, he's the guy to fix all the problems. He promised. He is the international big dog, that he would be able to control Putin. Well, that didn't work. That he would be able to keep China at bay. That didn't happen. That he would be able to negotiate with the Middle East and create peace. That hasn't happened. But yet we're supposed to vote for him because the American problem, the problem with America right now is it is expanding. According to the Washington Post, the White House has moved rapidly to contain wider fallout from the Israel-Gaza war. It's actually Israel-Hamas. Israel-Hamas, the governments of those two places. We're fighting against terrorists, not the Palestinian people. But now, along with the U.S. Army crew on its way to Gaza to build a floating pier, aiding and abetting Hamas, a terrorist organization that killed 34 Americans, is currently torturing 22 Americans. They are firmly part of the U.S. military's expanding footprint in the Middle East. It's a region President Biden had hoped to de-emphasize amongst voters, not amongst Iran or the Middle East. He didn't lower the temperature there, he increased it. He increased the tensions, he didn't decrease them. And the Middle East is one where American involvement has often been devastating and costly, and it has become even more devastating and costly, costing American lives, both of the hostages, the civilians that were slaughtered by Hamas, the Americans that were attacked by Hezbollah, and we now see they're attacking us again. And that doesn't include the Houthi terrorists who are trying to blow up our ships, the cargo ships that are bringing food and energy to the world, to the United States, rice. By the way, we mentioned this, I think it was 2 weeks ago. We told you the price of rice is increasing. And you know why? It's because of the Houthi terrorists. Because of the delays they are causing with the ships and the ships that they have sunk or are trying to sink, that's delaying rice from getting around the world. So the price of rice, food, is increasing. That's on top of the fact that the Biden administration has failed. Inflation is up 3.2%. That's not Orange Man bad. This is the, fourth year of the Biden administration of Bidenomics? And you were promised it's going to be all great. It's all fine. You just don't understand as inflation continues to go higher and higher. In the last 12 months, 3.2%. Since the day Biden has been in office, 17%. And when they tell you that, the price is down, from the peak, August 2022 was the peak of inflation, but inflation is still steady and higher today than it was in 2021 when Joe Biden first started. So let's try and put that into perspective. So Biden has failed on so many levels, and I still cannot understand why we are building a pier to help Hamas. This is aiding and abetting the enemy. I believe it's a violation of, not terrorism. It's a violation of U.S. code, and now I'm missing the word. I can't think of it at this moment. So let me look at the comments here again real quick. And we have user has been banned. He heard that Denver had a problem with illegal aliens. They're not migrants. They're illegal aliens. That is the legal term for them. Selling their wives. I didn't hear, maybe Dennis can tell us. I'm not aware that the illegal aliens are selling the wives, but they're not known for their positive treatment of women as compared to the West American culture. It's very, very different. He said, welcome and read your stuff aloud. I'm guessing someone's having a conversation on the side. Okay. That being said, let me go on. And here we go. So I wanted to also talk about not just Gaza, but this is a problem. And in this article, what is this? 60 days. So we are expected to build. Hamas is expecting us to build them a port within 60 days. Nobody knows if it can be done. Nobody knows if the United States military is going to be safe in trying to build this. No one knows who's going to be in charge of security for this port. Nobody knows how any of the food that we might bring to this port that we're building, who's going to unload the ships, who's going to load the ships. We have no idea. This is such a poorly thought out idea, and even Politico can point out that this is all in reaction to 100,000, it was actually 101,000 Democrats in Michigan writing in uncontested or unconfirmed. They didn't vote for Joe Biden, and they were part of Rashida Tlaib's movement to help Hamas, the pro-Hamas movement of the Democratic Socialists of America. And because 101,000 Democrats that Biden needs to be competitive with Trump, that 101,000 Democrats was all that was necessary to get Joe Biden to spend tens of millions of dollars endangering the lives of the United States Army, empowering and helping Hamas, a terrorist organization. Think about that, folks, because no one has told you this. Look at this. They buried this in the story. Politico buries the fact that nobody knows who's in charge, how this is going to run, how much money it's going to cost, how it's going to be built. Nobody has any clue. Joe Biden just said, we're going to do it. How? You're the commander in chief. Who's doing this? Who's going to protect the Americans from Hamas who don't like us? They want to kill us. How about Hezbollah? They're sending their people to New York to kill Americans. Who's protecting those Americans who are building this port, either during, before, or after? Oh, we can't have that conversation because you might not vote Democrat in 2024. You might not vote for Joe Biden. So you can't really have that conversation. You're not seeing that on CNN or MSNBC. You're not seeing that in ABC News. But I did mention that it's not just Joe Biden and Donald Trump that are running. There is going to be a libertarian candidate. We don't know who that is yet. They haven't decided who their president and vice president choices will be. That's coming soon. But we do know that RFK Jr. is in the race. And RFK Jr. is taking about 15% of all the votes. In fact, I'll update that. Let me show you. So we have the Real Clear Politics that shows that in virtually, 80% of all the polls, 90%, depending on how far back you want to look, Donald Trump is winning. Consistently winning. Sometimes by as much as 6 points. Here's an outlier. It's 8 points up. 2 points, 4 points, but in general, he's winning by about 2 points. But he's not the only one in the race because Kennedy, RFK Jr., is in the race. And when you include him, Donald Trump is still winning. In fact, Donald Trump win ratio increases from 2 to about 4. But Kennedy has about 15% of the vote. 15%. That is huge. Yet, you are not hearing anything from the mainstream news media. The only way that RFK Jr. got into the news cycle this week is because he had to say, a rumor had to be sent out about Aaron Rodgers joining RFK as his vice presidential pick. Now, as you can see, on March 12th, when I heard about this, I said, this is a joke. This is a media spin. And whoever on their media team, initially, I said, whoever suggested this on the RFK team, that they should be fired. You know, I calmed down. I thought about it a little bit more. Whoever came up with this idea to say that either Jesse Ventura or Aaron Rodgers would be the vice presidential pick for RFK Jr., they actually need a bonus. They need to get a little bit extra money because this got RFK out through the blackout, the news media blackout of talking about him. Because even though he's getting votes, he's on the ballot in several states. He's looking to get on the ballot in several more. He has a voice. Democrats don't want Joe Biden. They don't want Kamala Harris. So RFK is there. He said he's going to try and give them a voice. And you know what? He deserves his shot at it. Do I think a third party wins? Absolutely not. Do they deserve to be heard? Absolutely they do, because Americans get to make choices. The government doesn't get to pick who you get to vote for. You can vote for whomever you want. You notice, this channel, I'm not going to ever tell you that you have to vote for a Republican, but I will point out the problems with Republicans, with Democrats, with all the parties. Because we've been doing that for 18 years. You get to make the choice. I just want you informed. I just want you to understand the choices and the consequences that come with that choice. Because the news media never wants to talk about consequences. The politicians never want to talk about consequences. And to make sure that you cannot have another choice. Part of the fortification of 2024 was RFK Jr. The second he said he was an independent, the mainstream news media stopped talking about him. News media blackout. I know. I've been at some of the RFK events that I have covered, and I know that there's the news media, the mainstream news media, like the New York Times, like ABC News, they were given invitations. They didn't show up. They didn't care. In New York City, downtown Manhattan, right next to their offices, they said, no, we're not going to cover that. That's because they have a vested interest. They are biased. So saying that Aaron Rodgers, who's a entertainer, that he would be part of RFK Jr.'s team, that he would be vice president, is a joke to me. Now, I know there's a bunch of people who will, oh, I didn't show that. There it is. Sorry. This is my quote from Twitter, again, March 12th, about Aaron Rodgers. So I thought it was a joke. I thought Aaron Rodgers was not serious. I do not value entertainers when they get into politics. I think very few of them are actually serious about their politics or have any understanding seriously. LeBron James does not understand politics. He just knows who gives him money, which is why he's so happy to support the Communist Party of China, even though they hate black people. Even though they hate America, they hate the very capitalism that LeBron James is making money off of. He could never have the lifestyle he has right now if he lived in communist China. Not even close. So when I see when I see entertainers like that, when I listen to De Niro, who could never make the money he has made, have the life that he has lived in any other country outside of the United States, just not possible. You know what? I can't value entertainers as anyone serious. Cardi B, who admits she used to be a criminal, you know what? I don't have a lot of faith in her choice about politics. I just don't. And Aaron Rodgers, who has never held a job in his life, he has been an entertainer his entire life. And that's not to say that that's not a skilled job. That's not to say that it isn't hard to do. He's very qualified as being a quarterback. Fantastic. Has nothing to do with politics. Has nothing to do with illegal immigration, dealing with Iran, dealing with Russia, China, balancing the budget. It has nothing to do with anything. So that's that.
Con would like to go outside now.
Con was just outside. We just came back.
He's yipping at me.
He's excited because you're back. Sorry, that's me talking to my sister about my dog. So, I thought he was a joke. And as it turned out, it is a joke. And this wasn't real. Aaron Rodgers and Jesse Ventura were not on the ticket, but Nicole Shanahan is likely to be the running mate for RFK Jr. Now, you may say, who is Nicole Shanahan? Well, you don't know her. Nobody knows her because we don't run in the right circles. If you happen to be an executive at Google, if you have to be part of Silicon Valley, then you know her because she was married to the co-founder of Google. That's Sergey Brin. And she recently divorced him. She has a ton of stupid Google money. She's wealthy with Google money. And she has been very generous to the RFK campaign. She gave them $4 million. $4 million. Indirectly, she gave it to the PAC, American Values 2024. That is a super PAC. So she gave it to them to campaign on behalf of the RFK campaign to help him get registered and on the ballot in states across the nation. Well, is this pay to play? I don't know. Think about it. She gave RFK Jr. $4 million. He says, do you want to be my VP? And she would help if she is his VP, she could help directly fund the campaign for RFK across the United States. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. It costs almost $1 billion to run for president in the major companies. So imagine if that. Imagine if she's involved. He actually would have a voice that he cannot afford right now. What is the matter with you, Con?
I told you
Stop
you
it.
want to go outside.
No, he was just out. Literally, we just were there. Yeah, I was off. We took him out for 45 minutes. I just came back at 5:30. Yeah, but no, I think he's excited. Sorry, folks.
To tell you.
So, I think that's kind of a bit of pay for play. My dog is acting up. Come here. Come here. Sorry, folks. What? What? Yes, I love you too. What? What's going on? We were just outside. No, I'm not playing. I think he wants to play. Do you want to play? Okay, yeah, but we can't play right now. We can't. You ate. You were outside. We can't play right now. Sorry, my puppy wants to play. He has his own time schedule. He has his own thing. When he wants things, he lets me know. Okay. So let me go back to some of the comments here. I apologize. So, folks, and Dennis, I see you have a few comments here, so let me address that in just 1 second. Al says that the optics say it would look really bad for active duty military to be policing the port. Well, that's true. So who is going to be there? And by the way, the military are the worst police in the world because they're not trained to be policemen. You don't join the army to be able to be a policeman. You join the army to fight other armies and to fight terrorists. That's a very different thing. It has nothing to do with policing. Too much Vietnam era vibes. Dow says this is bringing up too many Vietnam era vibes about this port in Gaza. So the PMCs are on the table, private military contractors. And yeah, that's where you're looking at, what is it, like the BlackRock organizations. It's scary, and it looks like Vietnam all over again. Now, Dennis is saying, I wore a Make America Great hat to work. They suspended him. 3 separate suspensions for wearing a hat. I tell you, that's one of the problems right now, because you're supposed to be evil if you dare to believe America is great. And I feel for you, Dennis. It's almost impossible for me to find work because of what I'm doing right now. It's one of the reasons why it's so important for people to like, share, subscribe, and also to join the Patreon for $1.50 a month, because it's very difficult for me to get any kind of work, because every single job I go to, they go, oh, do you have a presence online? Well, yes, I do. You don't want to be part of it, I don't think. They look at it and they go, oh my God, you're political. Yes, I am. I've run for elected office. I've run for Congress. I've run for local office as well as a county legislator. They're like, oh my God, you're too political for us. We can't work. You can't work here. Especially the left-leaning jobs. They go, oh my God, we did a Google search on you. No, you definitely can't work here. You know, so I feel for you, Dennis. I know exactly how that feels. Let me see here. What else is user's been banned? Says, wear a please be patient. I have autism hat. Yeah. Would they fire you for that? No. But it's really interesting to see what's going on, how there's a dichotomy of the way people are being treated. And again, that goes to RFK Jr. RFK Jr. has problems in his campaign. He's an isolationist. I think his policies don't work. I think he's too much of a pacifist, personally. But at the same time, he deserves to have his voice heard. And, you know, it would stop if people were able to hear him. If the news media actually covered him like a real candidate on a regular basis, maybe he wouldn't have to do this, what looks like a pay to play, where he has his biggest donor actually becoming one of his candidates. Now, is his running mate, Nicole Shanahan, is she a qualified candidate? Hard to say. There's not really much known about her besides being the wife of the co-founder of Google. Not a lot. She's been involved in politics in the background. Now we're going to see what she is. You know, you actually run for VP, everyone's going to find out about her dirty laundry, and she may turn out to be just like Oprah. Do you remember when Oprah was said she was going to run? Yeah, that lasted exactly 1 month. 1 month of Oprah deciding, I might want to run for president. Then everybody unloaded when we found out about her past. And she said, oh no, this is not fun. No, it's not. It's called politics. You're looking for the most important jobs in the world affecting billions of people. Yeah, we need to know more about you. And yes, you have to be thick-skinned enough to be able to handle some people going, I don't like you. I know it's a new thing for Oprah because she's surrounded by the echo chamber of Hollywood that kiss her ass no matter what she does because she's Oprah. She's a woman. She's black. They have to believe her. They have to accept whatever she says. Is that going to happen to Nicole Shanahan? Nope. Even though she may be a Democrat, even though she may be left-leaning, I guarantee you they're not going to treat her like they treat Oprah. They're not going to treat her like they treat Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, who is so absolutely insane. It's nerve-wracking. Kamala Harris decided, and this came out with Reuters 2 days ago, and you didn't hear about this. 2 days ago, Kamala Harris said that nobody should go to jail for smoking weed. Now, I know everybody is talking about Kamala Harris and abortion. That she went to an abortion clinic. No president, no vice president have ever gone to an abortion clinic. And so therefore, she supports abortion. Of course she does. She's a progressive. She believes in late-term abortion, of abortions up to the moment of birth, possibly even beyond. That's just like what we see in New York State. They actually passed a law that says you can abort a child up to the moment of birth. This is insane. So everyone is focusing on that. But the reason in part, I think, is this is why Kamala Harris is so bad. Every time she opens her mouth, she creates a problem. Every single time. Kamala Harris is here and she's talking about no one needs to go to jail for smoking marijuana. Her career was built on two things. She slept with Willie Brown in California, and she arrested mostly black people on drug charges for smoking marijuana. That was her career. When she was the DA, the AG, that's what she did. She arrested black people and threw them in jail, and it is stated, it has been argued, that she has also made sure that once they got convicted, even if they were innocent, they stayed in jail. That she manipulated evidence and made sure so that she would have strong numbers so that when she ran for senator, she would look like she's been very effective, that she convicted and kept in jail innocent people, all for drug charges. And now she wants to say when we see that Joe Biden is losing in the polls, when we are seeing RFK Jr. almost at the same level as Joe Biden, when she has ratings lower than Dan Quayle, now she says, hey, legalize drugs. An idea that has failed. Legalizing drugs, I know libertarians love this issue. Guess what? Oregon, they did that. They legalized crack. They legalized heroin and opioids. They legalized it all. And now they're turning around and going, that is a bad idea. That is not something we want to do. This will not work because the promise, the hope and the dream, the feeling of legalizing drugs will reduce crime, will reduce the number of addicts, it will reduce the number of overdoses, isn't real. Yes, it would be beautiful if this was a world where that was the reality. It's not. And so Oregon is telling you, legalizing drugs isn't a solution. It will not get the result that you want to have. But guess what? At least they're being honest about it. At least they said, we did it and it failed. Let's stop doing that. No, Kamala Harris is like, I need votes. Legalize drugs. Don't you want to vote for us now? She's trying to steal votes from the Libertarian Party. This is how terrified they are. They have to have a news media blackout on RFK Jr., and they have to try and steal votes from the Libertarian Party by using one of their issues, which is legalizing drugs, which doesn't work in the benefit of anyone. This is incredible. This is And people should be talking about this. It came out in Reuters, and no one wants to talk about how duplicitous and how insulting this is for Kamala Harris to do. It is insulting to go and flip in the face to say that, to admit that she was just using Americans, in particular Black Americans, as a tool to get political power. And now that they might benefit her in a different way, instead of throwing them in jail, getting her a job, now she wants to legalize the thing she threw them in jail for so that she can keep her job. I tell you, that is so dishonest. It's vicious. It's wrong. It is wrong. Let me see here. In the comments, oh, did I show that? I'm sorry. I thought I had been showing this. Sometimes I forget which screen I'm on and which one you guys can see. So this is, no one should be going to jail for smoking weed. This is from Reuters. So you can see, and that was on March 15th. If I didn't show it earlier, the article about RFKJr, that came from the Washington Examiner. I believe that came out today, so that you can see that as well. So sorry if I didn't show that. And again, all the links for everything I'm talking about will be in the description after the show. So let me take a look here at the comments. And Dennis says, drugs, crime rate, cost of living. The Democrats have been flushing Colorado down the toilet and destroying the entire state. Well, Colorado's at least doing it slower than California and New York. But yeah, you're in the same boat as Illinois, Maryland, Baltimore, where's Maryland? Maryland, all of the strongholds, Washington State, all the strongholds of the Democratic Party are failing. Every single one. At least Colorado's doing it slower than all the others. So you have that to look forward to, I guess. Mike has bad knees. Hello, Mike has bad knees. I think it's the first time you're on the channel. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Mike has bad knees says, I live in Colorado. It's crazy to see how things are moving in this state. Well, I have problems. Look at Georgia. Look at North Carolina. Again, we can go to each of the major Democratic strongholds. The bluer than blue states are all in massive problems. And a lot of it has to do with illegal aliens, which I've been talking about, as you can see, for years. And the problem has not changed. Why? Because it's a way to get votes. They don't care about you. They don't care about your quality of life. They'll tell you that they're going to fix a problem, and instead of actually fixing the problem, they will do whatever it takes to keep the problem going and to get more votes, like they did with Kamala. They don't care. This isn't about making your life better. Progressives don't want you to live a better life. They want you to live happier with the terrible life they're giving you. They want you to live with it. They're not trying to fix it. They honestly don't care if you have a better life. They just want you to feel good about the life they're giving you. And that's a very, very dark way to live. And we're seeing that as a result. So I do thank you, Mike Has Bad Knees, for making your comment. And Mike says, yep, it's the first time I've caught your show since seeing you on with Larry Sharpe. Well, Larry is a great guy. Larry Sharpe, for people who don't know, is a friend of mine. I've known him 7-8 years now, about as long as I've known Claudia Tenney, who's a member of Congress. Larry is a libertarian, a very firm libertarian. And so sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree a lot. But he's a good friend of mine. I enjoy being on his program. Thank you for jumping over and seeing me here. I hope you enjoy this channel as well. Mike Has Bad Knees. Dennis Axtell says, I live in chronic pain and the illegal aliens get better treatment than the veterans. One of my problems. Yeah, we're spending our money badly. See, I'm not, again, people who see this and say, Mike, but you're such a racist, you're such an istophobe. You don't have any compassion for the asylum seekers from overseas or from Haiti. No, I do. I do have compassion for them. They're not my priority, though. They're not Americans. So do I want to be compassionate to them? Absolutely. Are they the priority of my compassion? Absolutely not. We have people like veterans who are homeless. I want them to have housing. I want them to have good health care. I want to take care of kids who are poor and they need to eat. I want to help reduce the number of overdose deaths in America. I want more law and order. I want black on black crime to decrease. I have priorities. Those priorities mean I'm not spending the money on Haiti because Haiti isn't my country. They're not my responsibility. They screwed up their nation. They can fix their nation. And if I have time and money, I will help them with that. But it's not my job to fix their nation. Nor am I supposed to be, if it were for Hamas, Gaza, the Palestinian movement, I don't care. I really, I don't. It's their nation. They have to work that out. And if they didn't have American hostages, I really wouldn't care. But they do have American hostages. And Hezbollah is sending terrorists into America to kill Americans. And Houthis are attacking America, and they are trying to kill Americans. I have a deep concern because of their actions. You know what? If Hamas wants humanitarian aid, fantastic. I'm all for giving them humanitarian aid to help the Palestinian people. Give us the hostages. Is that so hard to say? Is that such a hard line to have? Let's draw the line in the sand. You want humanitarian aid. You want food and water for your people, power as well. Fantastic. We can help you with electricity. We can help you with food. We can help you with water. We're America. We can afford it. Give us our hostages back. Give us the Americans you unilaterally went into a concert, killed them, you tortured them, you dragged them out, you sexually abused them, and you have been holding on to them for 6 months now. Give us our people back. Then I will see how much extra money I have to give to Hamas, to give to them to rebuild their nation. Not my problem. You started the fight. Hamas started this fight. Hamas knew that they were going to get their ass handed to them. They didn't care. Well, I care about Americans first. Hamas last. Absolutely last. Haiti, yeah, they're higher on the ranking than Hamas is, but guess what? Not my priority. I don't think it should be anyone's priority in America. Not to say we can't do it, but like I told Hakeem Jeffries, who is the progressive, he's the progressive caucus leader and the leader of Democrats in Congress, as I told him, they're not my priority. Americans are. Let's deal with the Americans first. And when I see things like Kamala Harris, she could be addressing this. Kamala Harris, instead of going to an abortion clinic because she thinks she can get some progressive votes for that, instead of telling people she's going to try and help legalize drugs, which is trying to steal votes from libertarians, she could be on a plane right now into Haiti. She could be advocating around this country saying, hey, if the gangs in Haiti don't release or allow Americans to leave, we're going to come in gangbusters and settle this problem once and for all. The Haitian government may not be able to fix this, but the American military absolutely will. We will absolutely end this conflict if it means protecting American citizens. She could be saying that. She could be a leader. Instead, she is pandering for votes. Because whether or not you legalize weed will not stop crime, because it already hasn't. New York did it. California did it. It didn't stop crime. It didn't fix the economy. It's not going to fix the problems that we need to address. She knows it. She doesn't care. It's pandering. It gets a cheap, easy vote. Low information voters. She went to an abortion clinic. Well, the majority of America does not believe in abortion, especially late-term abortion. That is a big problem for most people in America. That is a hard stop no. And you know what? Whether you agree with the 16-week bill or not, it is something that is very popular with many, many, many Americans and many states in America. But she's pandering to the far left, saying, oh, women will lose all their rights. They're going to be enslaved. They're going to be stuck in kitchens unless you approve for abortion and vote her in. Well, guess what? Democrats have had 50 years to make a law about abortion. They can't pass the law. 50 years that they had Roe v. Wade, and they could pass a law guaranteeing it. New York State did it. New York State, California guaranteed late-term abortion. Why couldn't the Democrats do this? Because they can't win, and they want the fight. This is a cheap, easy way to get votes. And that's what Kamala Harris is all about. The cheap, easy way to do politics. That's how she got into politics. Sleeping with Willie Brown, that is a confirmed fact. We know she did that. And she arrested black people on drug charges. The cheap, easy way to political power. And she's continuing to do it now. She's using and abusing the American people. And this is what we need to reelect? Seriously, folks, this is what some people are saying. Oh my God, you're black. You have to vote for this. I have to vote for that? Are you serious? With the problems that we've just been going over, that's what I am mandated. You wouldn't tell women they're mandated. They have to vote for Kamala Harris just because she's a woman. You wouldn't dare say that. You're not telling white people they have to vote for this person or that person because of the color of their skin, because that would be racist. But you can say to me, Mike, you can't be a conservative, you can't be Republican because you're black. And you know what? If you don't vote for a Democrat, you're not black. You know who said that? Joe Biden. Who gave him that power? When did he become God? Anyway, let me go back to some of the comments here. I know, I go back and forth on the comments. I apologize if I don't see them instantly. I apologize for that. So let me see here. I'm also checking for any comments on Rumble. For people who don't know, we're live on Rumble, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, DLive, and something else. So I'm going over the comments here, and I left off. Where did I leave off? Give me a second. There it is. Dennis was saying, remember the Supreme Court judge that tried to ban Trump off of the ballot in Colorado? Yes, that was the attempt of Democrats. Since they can't win an election, they're going to deny you the choice. They want to take away your First Amendment rights. They want to remove your voice. Same thing with blacking out or having the news media blackout on RFK. You don't have the choice. It's called the fortification of 2024. Try to get him off the ballot. Try to arrest Trump. Anything that allows them to win that they hope will give them an advantage. It's obvious to everyone. And of course, the Supreme Court said that Colorado was wrong, that he didn't break a law. Trump is innocent until proven guilty. Innocent. Therefore, he's not an insurrectionist because he's never been charged with insurrection, let alone be convicted of it. Therefore, you can't punish him for that. So, Supreme Court got that right. Let's see, user has been banned, says, it disgusts me how they treat illegals compared to veterans or even citizens, which adds even more insult to injury. I agree with you, user has been banned. Dennis says, Colorado has been overrun with liberal blue Democrats, and it's worse than you say. I can only go by the news that I see, but I do hear from people from time to time across this country. And yeah, I do not doubt that it is worse, and it is continuing to get worse because it's a vortex. These things only get worse. Democrats will always have the problem so that they can always promise you the fix as they kick it down the road because they don't actually want to fix anything. That's where they get their money from. It's like BLM. BLM got $90 million. Let's think about that. They got $90 million, and rather than feeding the poor, helping black people, creating black education schools or something, what did they do? They bought themselves 6 mansions. They gave $100,000, $200,000 jobs to their brothers and sisters and family members. They took your money and they have a great life. They're now living in the top 1%. Again, it's another progressive who is a multimillionaire trying to tell you that you have to scrape by with whatever they give you, but they're living the high life. It is absolutely insulting. And we see that over and over again. Let me see here. User has been banned mentions that Democrats and these democratic progressive policies treat criminals better than American citizens, which is true. Dow says, talked about that earlier. Get them unalienable rights recognized. Yeah, it is incredible. Oh, I did want to also mention, and where is it? Do I have it here? No, not the budget. But it was about, oh, come on, I know I have it. This week, we got to see Bernie Sanders. Because Bernie Sanders came up with a new, neat idea that he wants a 20-hour work week. Oh, excuse me, 4-day work week. Here it is. So this is from the Guardian's coverage on it. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders introduces a 4-day work week. Now, the first problem, and I covered this, I did an entire video just on Bernie Sanders and the 32-hour work week, which is a miserable idea. It is going to destroy America. And again, they're trying to pander to low information voters. First of all, it's Bernie Sanders. He's a communist. He admits that he is a socialist. No one has to convince you of that. He is. And everyone in the news media, they love to say, well, he's an independent. No, he's not. Bernie Sanders is anything but an independent. When he ran for president, he ran on the Democratic ticket. When he runs for re-election, he runs on the Democratic ticket. He gets his money from Democrat donations and Democratic organizations. He's a Democrat. Democrats have a lot of progressives and socialists in them, but he's not independent, not by a long shot. But Bernie Sanders, a socialist, is trying to lower the productivity of America, which is something that socialists want. The less productive, the less competitive America is, the better the socialists look. And that's their thing. And they want to promise you that if you just do what they say, everything will be better. Well, one of the biggest things about this, I won't go through the entire video. You can see the video that I have on my channel. I did it, I think it was on Thursday. You can look at for yourself the 32-hour work week. We know for a fact it won't work. Japan did it recently. Japan did a 32-hour work week and productivity dropped 20%. They didn't do it short term. It was kind of like Oregon. They actually did it long term. So it wasn't just a neat new idea. They did it long term and it failed massively. 20% less productivity. It hurt the economy of Japan. It's not efficient. If businesses could do it, if they could have a 3-day work week and still make the same money, they would be open 3 days a week. But it doesn't work that way. Most businesses, 70% of businesses, actually need to be open 5 days a week. Something else they left out. If you have to make 100 widgets in 5 days, a regular work week, and now you have a 4-day work week, you still have to make 100 widgets to make that business continue to operate. It's still the same. So now you have to work harder in less time. So your stress level, unlike what Bernie Sanders is promising, is going up, not down. Ooh, did they leave that out in the talking points? Did they not mention that to you? Well, you're a low information voter. You're not supposed to be thinking about it that hard. You're supposed to say, 4 days, I get 3 days off. Oh yeah, I'm going to vote for that. Well, no, you're going to get screwed because of that. You're never going to enjoy that time off. It's going to ruin your life. And they just don't want to tell you about that. They don't want you to think about it, because when you start thinking that, oh, it doesn't work in Japan, it doesn't work in first world nations, you don't see that when you think about how it's going to increase your workload. Well, they don't want you to think about that. And they say, well, France is doing it. Well, here's the other thing. You're going to feel better. That's the one thing. That's the big selling point. Your quality of life will improve. You will feel better. No, you won't. It is a lie. If you don't like your job, you don't like it whether you're there 5 days a week or if you're there 4 days a week. If you don't like the job, you don't like the job. If you don't like what you're doing, it doesn't matter whether you're doing it for 5 minutes or 50 hours, you don't like it. So that's not going to change because you have less work days. In fact, let's look at France, the example they like to point to. France has a protest, a national protest every other month, it seems like. They're constantly in protest. The people are constantly pissed off, and they work 35 hours a week. So what, Bernie, you said we work less and feel better. It's not true. You're going to go to work less, but you're going to work harder, and you're going to feel just as bad about the job as you always did. And it doesn't work at the end of the day. But these are the lies. This is how they pander to you to get the jobs. Oh, I'm going to an abortion clinic. Don't talk about late-term abortion. It's okay. And by the way, you're going to go back and you're going to become enslaved. I'm sorry, they said the same thing for 50 years. They said that if Roe v. Wade got overturned, women would lose all of their rights. They would instantly be treated like they were in the 1950s. Women would be stuck in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant. Okay, we haven't had Roe v. Wade for a year. Are women barefoot in the kitchen? Did women lose their ability to do anything? Oh, in some states where they didn't have abortion before, they don't have abortion now. Okay, except in the emergencies, except for extreme cases. That still exists in every state. And if you don't want to, if you're in a state and you want to have an abortion, you can go to another state. No one's stopping you. You still have the freedom to travel. Women still have their jobs. Many businesses will still pay for women to go and get an abortion because they want you to work. They don't want you to have kids. They want you working nonstop. It's cheaper for many businesses to send a woman to get an abortion rather than to let them become a mom. You should think about that. That says something. That tells you something's off in that equation. But that being said, so they're trying to push abortion. They're trying to push the race card. They're trying to push drugs. They're trying to sell you on a short work week. But they're not fixing the problems. That's the end of the day. They're not fixing the root problems. That the government is spending too much. That Joe Biden is trying to spend $7.3 trillion. $7.3 trillion. That is the second biggest budget that has ever existed in the history of the United States. 7.3. The only time we spent more money as a nation was 2020, when everything got shut down and everyone was getting a check while everything was shut down. Think about it. That's the only time we spent more money. Joe Biden wants to spend $7.3 trillion, put the nation into $2.6 trillion more debt. We have a debt ceiling of $35 trillion. He wants to blow past that to put us at 36, maybe $37 trillion. If this gets passed, we will go straight through the debt ceiling. We will be $37 trillion in debt. That's what he's going to do to us. Think about that for a minute. That means that if you're poor, you're going to get a lot poorer very, very quickly. Not just a little bit, but a lot. The more money he spends, the less your money is worth. That's bad for poor people the most. He's hurting poor people. And his answer is, but we're going to save $300 billion a year. Really? What is this? You're trying to sell me shoes? Because that's the kind of sales gimmick that you hear from shoe stores and from grocery stores. Oh, if you buy two, you get to save money. No, but you're spending more. You buy two of them, you only pay a little bit less than paying for two of them. You're still spending money. You didn't save anything. You spent less money, but you still spent money you don't have. Oh, so we're going to have $300 billion less spending, but you're spending $2.6 billion more than we have. We're still spending $2 billion more than we make. We're still in the hole. you're still outspending our ability to make money. That doesn't help anyone. But you're not supposed to think about the math. I know, it's math. Everyone sees the math and go, oh my God, it's math. We have to look at numbers. Yes, look at the damn numbers. Pull out a calculator. The calculator will do the math for you. I know they don't teach kids how to do math anymore. They do Common Core. Pull out a calculator. Go to your computer. Type it in. You can figure it out for yourself. Don't think about it. Look at it. The fact is you're losing money. You are going to get more poor. Joe Biden doesn't want to at least be honest enough to tell you that his plan will make poor people more poor. He's going to drive them into ultimate poverty. He's bringing America down to the level of the rest of the world. He's not lifting up the world. He's dropping America down. That's called redistribution of the wealth. They're taking from you to give to everyone else, whether you like it or not. Let me see what the comments have to say. Mike has bad knees says, I'm very cautious that Haiti is hitting the news because the government wants to send U.S. troops in there to secure access to mining, gold, and iridium. And let's not mention some of the dirt on the Clintons, the Clinton Foundation. Well, as I was mentioning a little bit earlier in the program, Mike has bad knees, we know that the Clinton Foundation failed in Haiti. And that's because 80 cents out of every dollar that was donated to the Clinton Foundation went to Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea. It did not go to the people of Haiti. They spent 20 cents on every dollar on actually donations to Haiti. So that shows you a little bit of the evil of the Democratic Party. But more importantly, I know a lot of people are trying to say, well, we need to send in troops because of the mining. No. We need to send the troops in to get our people, first and foremost. I don't care about the mining. You know what? We don't have to worry about the mines. They're not going anywhere. No one's picking up the mine and going somewhere. Whatever government decides to finally run Haiti, they're going to be making deals with us anyway. We're still going to say, here's some more humanitarian aid, a couple $100 billion, and by the way, give us the rights to mine. And they're going to say yes. It's just the way of the world. It's just going to happen. It doesn't matter what government is in Haiti, whoever, whether it's a gang leader who's in charge or a corrupt politician, doesn't matter. We're going to say, we're going to give you a couple $100 million, maybe a couple $1 billion, and you're going to let us mine there. And the answer is, yes, they will. They're not going to say no. So it doesn't matter. We don't need to send troops for that. We do need to send the troops to say there's 45,000 Americans that are on the island of Haiti that can't get home because Joe Biden doesn't care about them. That's what we need to send troops for. And we need to, again, I said it earlier in the program, I'll say it again. We need to tell every one of those gangsters, every one of those warlords, every one of those petty politicians, and tell them if any American gets hurt as we try and take them out of Haiti, we will send in the entire United States military and take over the entire damn island. If we need to flatten it, we'll flatten it. It doesn't matter. And they will back down. They will back down if we have a serious leader say that. Dow says he has a tinfoil hat theory. Okay. I could see them steamroll into Haiti and use it as a penal colony for evil MAGA dissidents. Well, that is very tinfoil. It's very much like Escape from New York, Dow. I don't think that's going to happen. But, you know, it's a conspiracy. You can make a movie out of that. It's basically Escape from New York, the Haiti version, you know. I guess that's updating it for a modern audience. Mike Has Bad Knees says Kamala, speaking about no one should go to jail for weed, is real rich coming from a person that kept people in prison longer because she wanted to use them as cheap labor. Exactly my point, Mike. Mike also says that France is also still largely an agrarian farming economy where the farmers work for themselves and protest constantly. And Any farmer will tell you that farming is at minimum 6 days, 6 work days a week. Yeah, there's always a carve out. There's always an exception, and they don't like to talk about it. That's the thing. They just don't like to talk about it. Because again, you're not supposed to think about this, Mike. Nobody's supposed to think about it. You're just supposed to say, "Oh, Bernie, yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you. I want a 4-day work week." That's all you're supposed to say. And you have to vote Democrat, in particular progressive, to get it. You have to elect those politicians. They're just going to leave out all of the negatives. But the negatives happen anyway. And we've gone over this today. How many different ways can I explain the consequences of what these bad policies do? Governor Hochul activates the National Guard to protect the subway. A guy got shot in the subway anyway. Women got stabbed upstairs. So whether it's guns or knives, people are still dying, and the National Guard didn't save anyone. So it's a failure. All they did is take away your Fourth Amendment rights and your Eighth Amendment rights. You got nothing for it. You lost. It is a net loss. It's incredible. Oh, and Dow reminds me, I had forgotten. Numbers are racist. Yeah. Math is racist. Seriously, folks, did you forget about that? 2017 to today, the far left have been saying that math is racist. Numbers are racist. Black people can't do math because of racism, and so they shouldn't teach them math. It's really stupid. The ways they try to cope with the reality that does not match any promise that has ever been made by these progressive woke politicians is incredible. They have an excuse for everything, and they compartmentalize everything. They don't consider any of the consequences of anything that they have said. They do not consider the consequences as they happen. They don't want to report them. They just expect you to obey and not think about it. Look, you can vote for anybody you want to. You're an American citizen. If you want to write in Quasimodo, fantastic. Go in, write in Quasimodo. I support your right to vote for anyone that you want. Alive, dead, doesn't matter. You vote for whatever you think is the best choice, period. But I cannot, not in good conscience, not bring up the consequences of what happens when you elect a bad politician, when you elect bad policies. There are consequences to this, and you will feel them for years, if not decades to come. And if no one else in the news media will tell you the honest truth of these outcomes, I will. I've been doing it for 18 years, and they do not like it because I'm actually honest. They are terrified. And literally, yes, you can go to members of Congress, especially in New York State, and you can talk to their staff. They know who I am. They're all afraid of doing interviews with me. They are terrified of me because I do not put up with the game that they like to play on CNN and MSNBC. Avoid answering the question until their 3 minutes are up so that they're on to the next issue and they never have to answer the question. Sorry, I don't have those time limits. I will find what you have said in the past, and I will hold you accountable for what you promised and what you failed to deliver. Absolutely, every time. You know, I am surprised that we have, these are huge. If I'm reading the system correctly right now, we have a huge number of people who are watching the program that we, more than what we usually do, which I am very happy, and I appreciate each and every single person who is watching the program, whether you agree or disagree with anything that I have to say. I thank you for taking time out of your Sunday to hear what I do every week. But it's interesting that I'm not seeing the comments. Maybe everyone's going to comment after the show and point out the different parts. Maybe you came in a little bit late, you didn't get to hear everything, you want to go back later, that's fine. And again, all I ask is you like, share, subscribe. Hey, if you can afford an extra $1.50 a month, fantastic, join my Patreon. All it does is help me pay the bills. As I said, I've lost everything, so every dollar helps me a lot. Doesn't help Disney much at all, but it helps me a lot. But I would expect there would be more comments. I think that we are seeing YouTube, Google, they're playing games. They're censoring. They're trying to suppress people. I truly believe it. I could be wrong. I don't think I am. Not when we're hitting bigger numbers. What's showing in the system as more people, and almost always, they're going to cut the numbers by the end of the show. Whatever is going to be live will be less than what I am seeing right now. And I know that on Rumble, I'll have 5, maybe 6 times as many people watching the show than on YouTube, which is funny because I only have 160 subscribers on Rumble, and I have more people watching the show on Rumble than are actually subscribed to my channel, as opposed to a channel on YouTube that I've been doing for 18 years, and I have 10 times as many subscribers than on YouTube, and YouTube shows it to less people. I don't understand it. Unless it's suppression. Unless they don't want the public to be informed. They don't want informed voters. They want what George Carlin once said, which is being just smart enough to run the machines, but too dumb to actually ask questions. I think that's what they're really trying for. Let me see. So we've talked about Kamala. We've talked about the budget. We've talked about Trump a lot earlier. We've talked about RFK. We've talked about New York City and the failure in protecting Americans. We've talked about illegal immigration. We've talked about the consequences of that. We've talked about Hezbollah and their plan to come into America and kill Americans. We've talked about the Houthis who are continuing to kill Americans and try and destroy our economy. We've talked a little bit about, you know what I haven't mentioned? And I try to mention just 2 things I've been mentioning pretty much every week since 2021. 2 things. 1, there is a global food crisis as we speak. That is a fact. It's been a fact since 2022. And because of that, there is about 35% less food in the world today than there was in 2019. That is a fact. And so a lot of people are starving in the world. And it is part of the reason why inflation is up higher and higher. Energy is another factor. Policies are another factor. But one of them is there's less food in the world. And that's going to be true if the Ukraine-Russian war stopped tonight, right now. We would still have a global food crisis in 2025. 2026 would be the first year that we might be able to get out of the global food crisis. So understanding that. Now, I'm not saying that to panic you. This isn't a scare tactic. This is reality. I try to deal only with the facts. That is a fact. Knowing that, I suggest to everyone, buy 10% more food. That's my plan. It's not perfect. It isn't the ultimate solution, but the best thing that I can think of, and I've been saying this since February of 2022, is buy 10% more food. Buy more rice, buy more potatoes, more canned foods, flour, things that will last longer. Buy 10% more every time you go to the store. You don't have to panic buy. You don't have to try and get it all off the shelves. Just buy 10% more every time you go to the store. That's it. And if you do that, and I am correct, well, then by 2026, you will save money. Actually save money. Why? Because you will buy less. You'll buy less and it will be at lower prices because the prices of food are still going up. Look at all of Europe. Look at the United States. It's still going up. Look at the inflation right now. Food prices have gone up 2.2%. I know no one likes to look at the numbers, but trust me, this is coming from the government itself. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This month, 2.2% for the last 12 months, up. So, the prices aren't coming down anytime soon. So if I'm right, by 2026, you will save money. people who've been doing it since 2022 when I first suggested it, they're saving money. If I am wrong, if somehow 2024, they have a bumper crop. We have more food produced around the world than we have ever expected or ever could expect, and there's more food than ever produced. Then you'll have extra food and you'll be able to donate it to the homeless, to veterans, to kids who are hungry in schools. You'll have enough food that you can give it to your family members or to others and help them through difficult times. So if I'm wrong, you will help feed the people in your community. If I am right, you will save money for you and your family and make sure that they have food when they need it. When we see consistently 15% of the shelves are empty on any given day for any given product. Hey, it's the best plan that I can offer. And I have said this since 2022, February of 2022. Any politician who wants to suggest this to their constituents, please go right ahead. I invite them to do this. I have invited the mainstream media to go ahead and push this same message. You don't have to give me credit for it. I'm not asking for you to give me an interview or to mention my name. Just tell the public this very simple idea, and it will help feed everyone. It will help make sure that there is enough food for everyone when they need it as the price goes up and up and up. And it will give us a chance to try and get through this lull and get back to normal food production like we did in 2019. Any politician, you want to steal the idea? You want to steal the suggestion? Go right ahead. Because up until now, none of them even want to mention that this is a fact internationally and it is known around the world. So that's one thing I would mention every week. The other thing I wanted to mention, which we have been talking about pretty much every week, is there are over 30,000 Americans that have been abandoned under the Biden-Harris administration. Starting on September 1st of 2021, when Joe Biden promised you, he went on national TV, internationally told the world that he was going to abandon 100 Americans. So he started off with, I'm going to abandon Americans, which is a violation of the reason why we have a government. It is a failure of leadership to start with. That he was going to run away from the Taliban so fast that he was on purpose going to leave Americans in a hell zone with ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, each of them wanting to kill Americans. And he said that to your face. So he failed right then and there. But then we found out that it wasn't 100 Americans he left behind. It was more than 5,000 Americans that he has abandoned. We know that there are over 200 Americans that are being held by ISIS and Al-Qaeda right now in Afghanistan, and they are being tortured. That comes from our State Department, Antony Blinken, in 2023. We know this. This is the reality that we know about. Joe Biden then went on February of 2022, he went on with Lester Holt on NBC News and told the world that if you're an American in Ukraine, with or without family, even if you have kids, you have to figure out your own way home. That the American government was going to abandon you. That Joe Biden would not send a C-130 from Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany 2 hours into the Ukraine to pick up the Americans, to at least pick up the children. He wasn't even going to try. It would have cost us $1 million. Literally $1 million. We could have wasted money. It would have cost us $5, maybe $10 million, bribing everyone under the sun. It is a non-event in our budget of $7 trillion. He could have done it. Instead, he told Lester Holt and the world, no, they're going to figure it out on their own. They're going to figure out how to get out of a war zone on the other side of the world, and they'll figure out their own way to get home. That's evil. He said that about children. And he had the chance to get them home before the war started. And he said, nope, not going to do it. Even if there is a war, won't do it. And he hasn't. That's 10,000 Americans. 2023, end of April 23rd of 2023, the warlords, the members of ISIS and Al Qaeda that were released by the Taliban from the prisons in Afghanistan, they went to Africa. One of the stops they went to, besides Burkina Faso, a country that no one in America knows where it is or what it does, it's in Africa, but they also stopped in Sudan. And they started inciting the people, which then led to a civil war. Again, I know, Sudan always has civil wars. They're always trying to genocide each other, and it happened again. But that was April of 2023, and 16,000 Americans were in Sudan at that time when they started the civil war that is currently ongoing. It's still going on right now. Joe Biden took away all the embassy personnel. He got everyone in the embassy, 100 people, put them on to a helicopter, flew them out of the country, and forgot about the Americans. To this day, there are some 15,000 Americans that have never made it home. We don't know where they are. We don't know if they're still in Sudan, if they're still in Africa, if they're dead, if they're being held prisoner, if they're being tortured. We don't know. Because the news media, that's right, New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, ABC News, they all stopped talking about the Sudan and the Americans in the Sudan on May 3rd of 2023. They had a week. They were talking about this for a week and stopped and said, nope, we're not talking about it ever again. You didn't hear Joe Biden mention the Sudan, the Americans abandoned there in the 2024 State of the Union. Now, did you? No, you didn't. That's 30,000 Americans conservatively that he has abandoned, and that was in 2021, 22, and 23. And for 2024, we have, and I'm not even counting Hamas, I'm not even counting the Americans that were killed on October 7th, I'm not counting the hostages that Hamas took and continue to hold at this moment. That's on top of it. But then in 2024, right now in Haiti, we believe there are at least 45,000 Americans. Earlier in the program, I said, hey, we'll discount it. Cut it down. We know that the numbers are from 2010. So let's say that 2/3 of the Americans that were there in 2010 aren't. That means there's 15,000 Americans right now, at a minimum, in Haiti, and they're trying to get home. 40 have gotten home because of a politician, Representative Corey Mills of Florida, and the private mercenary group. That was it. 40 out of 15,000, possibly 45,000. That's abysmal. We need to get our Americans home. No one in the world will respect America. No one will take us seriously as leaders, as allies, as anything. No one will take us seriously if we aren't willing to protect our own people, if we're not willing to make the effort and to terrify the rest of the world. The world is terrified that America is filled with a bunch of cowboys, and you know what? That's a good thing, because when they're afraid of the cowboys, they behave. When they're not afraid, look at what they're doing. Look at the Biden administration. Look at their history. And now we know that they are coming. They're sending their terrorists over to us. 172 just last year. 59 this year. As of March 9th, a guy from Hezbollah trying to get to New York to blow it up. He is openly admitting it. Come on, folks. We got to change this. And I don't care how much you want to believe in progressives and the Democratic Socialists of America. I don't care how much you want to tell me, Mike, it's racism, ismist, and phobe. No matter how much you want to say that, the fact is these are failed individuals with failed policies that are hurting you. Poor people, middle class, everyday Americans, you're being hurt. I don't care what your skin color is. I don't care what your gender is. I don't care who you sleep with. It doesn't really matter to me. Are you a toaster? It affects you too. And yes, there are people who say they're transhuman, that they're toasters. Yes, it hurts you too. Even if you're a toaster, it affects all of us. We need to hold them accountable. Don't say do something. Say do something effective. Do something efficient. Do the right thing. And I am going to hold you accountable. I'm going to vote against you. 100,000, think about this. They tell you your vote doesn't matter. 100,000 people said they might not vote for Joe Biden. They definitely won't vote for Donald Trump, but they might not vote for Joe Biden. And he decided to spend tens of millions of dollars to build a port for a terrorist organization to get those 100,000 votes. Your vote matters. Hell yes, it does. They are desperate. They are begging for it. Dow says, best advice, 10% more. Make its ingredients too, not just processed foods. That way you have nutrient-dense items on hand. Going to my suggestion about buy 10% more food every time you go to the store. And Dow, you've been here on the channel with us for several years now. You know in 2022, hell, I know you've met me in person. We've talked about this. That, yeah, just buy 10% more food. I'm not lying when I say I've been doing this since 2022. Folks, you can see this is season 6. Go back, look on it for yourself. Look at video after video. I've been saying this over and over. And then I want you to ask, when you do look at my older videos and you go back 5 years and you see that I've been talking about this, when you go to 2022, you see that I've been saying this over and over again, week after week. I want you to think about one thing. Why didn't any other politician? Why didn't Joe Biden say it? Why didn't Kamala Harris say that to you? Where was Bernie Sanders then? Where was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez then? As the price of all the food you eat and your family needs, as it goes up and up and up, where were they saying, hey, I have a plan. It ain't perfect. It's not the perfect solution, but it will help. Where were they? They didn't say anything. Yeah, that tells you right there. All right, folks. It's 7 o'clock. My puppy's losing his mind. We've been on only 4.5 hours today. Not that bad. Look, I hope you have found this to be interesting and different. And I hope you enjoyed it enough that you'll be back next week. Every week at Sunday, 2:30 p.m., we go on live. You always will be able to call in if we can afford it, to call into the program and tell us what you think. Your text, your chat is always welcome. We look at the comments after the program to also make sure that we're responding to as many people as we can. Don't forget that throughout the week we do the J-Rest break. That's a wonderful program that we have on the channel. Those are for those short 1-minute videos. Occasionally I do some of those as well. We also do videos throughout the week like I did on Thursday. So we always are trying to do more and more. All we ask, like, share, subscribe. That's it. Like, share, subscribe. Even if you hate me, it's the First Amendment. Support that. Support me because of that. And if you happen to be progressive, well, I'm black, so you have to. Like, share, and subscribe. You have to, because I'm black. That's for the progressives. For everyone else, it's your choice. That being said, folks, I thank you for being here with us. I hope you found it to be interesting. I'm going to walk my dog, and then I'm going to post up all the links for everything that we've been discussing. I think it's about 30 different news articles, maybe 33. And I'll have that loaded up after in the description. Whether you're on Rumble or on YouTube, it'll be in the description. You'll be able to see it there. So you can read through all of the sources for yourself to see exactly what I'm talking about and to come to your own conclusion. Straight Chillaxin says, hey, have a good night. You too as well. I hope you guys all have a great time. And again, to the new people who showed up this week, welcome. Thank you. I'm so happy that you joined us. I hope you'll be back next week. I hope you bring a couple of friends. All right, everyone. That's my puppy. I got to go.